Hello. Morning, everybody. Good morning. Oh, wow. ठीक है, everybody good morning. सब साथ में कर लेते हैं फिर. Good morning. Oh, lovely. I feel like a teacher all of a sudden now. Good. How many students in the audience today? Oh, wow. I thank you, Dr. Batra is waiting. Will someone else also raise their hand? Who is not like a teacher or a student per se, but yes, he's a student as well. Okay. A very good morning, everybody. My name is Aditya Malik. A pleasure to be your host for today. We at BW Business World and also at BW Education are pleased to welcome all of you to the 5th edition of Future of Management Education Conclave and Awards 2024. This annual conclave provides unique insights into the transformative approach of premier B schools like yours and also like many others of the country as they provide direction to future industry leaders in a changing economic landscape and also steer the conversation about adaptability, about flexibility in this highly VUCA world. And of course, from them, we learn about the inputs that go into the curriculum upgradation of B schools, industry alignment, global exposure, simulation of work, also in corporate environment, work-life balance, and many other such important things and elements that are happening around and in the management campuses. And this year is absolutely no different. We have a great lineup of speakers from some leading B schools who will enlighten all of us about what's new in management education. BW Education, it's a platform to explore the latest innovations and ideas that can transform the lives of students, of educators, and also of the industry as a whole. Now please request our team to play the community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW Education. BW Business World led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman. So, just a humble request, अगर आप ताली बजाना चाहते हैं, it's early morning तो दिल खोल के बजाइएगा. But anybody also walks up on the stage, just a humble request, yes? Thank you so much. BW Business World led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And with changing times, BW now has a massive leadership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments, we would request you to please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it will add to your knowledge and of course also provide you with a lot many more insights. Exciting offers for all our attendees today. You can visit the registration counter for the same. Also watch out for our upcoming annual B School special issue that hits the stand this weekend, ranking India's top B schools and voices of B school directors on what's happening in the management education ecosystem. And with that, today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bweducation.com. You wish to share your views online, upload anything online, please do so. And while you do so, also use the hashtag BW Future of Management Education. With that, may I please request our team to now show us today's event TV. Also a big thank you to all our partners for today. Our B School partners, TAPI Management Institute, Loyola Institute of Business Administration, and also ICFI Business School. Our education partners for today, IIM Amritsar, for School of Management, and also Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon. Our gifting partner, DBS Global University, and our event partners as well, Exchange for Media, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels, Fandrum, Bimini Coffee, IWM Buzz, Reality Plus, Impact, and Pitch. And now to set the context and tone for the day, to welcome all of you, and of course also to give this morning the much needed start, please join me in welcoming on stage the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, everybody. Please.
Morning, it's my honor and privilege to be here. I'm primarily here to listen to Mr. Shiv Kumar, and I'm not saying this just to, I do follow him on social media, especially LinkedIn, and I do look forward to his post. And I think day before yesterday, he posted saying he went to Dr. Preetham Singh Memorial Lecture, and he said I have 3 presentations on, I think that day he presented the future CHRO, and he said I have a future of business school, and I have a future CFO presentation. So I remember 4 years back, Dr. Preetham Singh and he were at Taj Mansingh, and I enjoyed his presentation on what B schools need to do to be able to reinvent and keep pace. We had just come out of COVID then. It was a couple of days after the first lockdown and opened up. So I really look forward to seeing him. I'd like to welcome all the leaders of the B School. I see Mr. Sudhakar Rao is there, many other friends, in the room. I just want to say a few things. If you look at our Business World B School rankings will be out on Saturday, and there is a certain consistency because we've been doing this for many, many years, 11 years under my watch and almost 15 years, maybe more than that before me. So almost more than 25 years Business World has been doing the rankings. Now, when I was younger, I used to look at the FT Global MBA rankings. I still look at them, but that I used to look at as an MBA alumni, and I used to look at how our school's being ranked there. And I just want to mention this year's FT's ranking because, they do a good job at rankings. They have a very good framework. They have 21 parameters they look at. And they're very prestigious. The reason I'm mentioning those rankings are two reasons. One, this year Stanford fell from the top 10 and it was a 23rd ranked school. Second, if you look at Asia, the only school from India which really made it to was the ISB, right? And then there were other Chinese schools and Chinese universities that made it to the list. And the key component of the driver of rankings is what the last passing batch says and what the alumni says. And then there is, of course, employability and host of 18 more characters. Also, there has been, so in the Asian rankings, in top 10, you had CEIBS, the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, the National University of Singapore, the Fudan University School of Management, and of course from India, the Indian School of Business. Also, notably in the last 5 years, there are certain European schools that have, business schools that have done well in FT rankings. Of course, INSEAD is number 2 on this list, and it made a debut in the top 3-4 years back. There is another school, one of my mentees passed out of that school, is the SDA Bocconi School of Management, which this year in FT ranking is number 3. Also, the IESE Business School has done well. Of course, London Business School is in the top 10, but it is on number 8. HEC Paris is number 12, and it's risen. The ESAID Business School has done very well, it's on 17, and so on and so forth. So clearly, the point I'm trying to make is there are certain Asian and European business schools that are learning the tricks from what is called the M7 or Ivy League business schools and doing something right to get there. When I was preparing for today's talk, I asked myself, what has changed in the last 1 year? What has changed in the last 5 years pre-COVID and in the 4 years that have ensued post-COVID? One, the rise of technology, the rise of digital, the rise of flexibility and work from home. Today, most of the working environments are hybrid. During COVID, even in B school education, you use the word hybrid a lot. The rise of entrepreneurship, the rise of soft skills, and the rise of gig working. All these have grown. Today, the mental health epidemic is cutting across age groups, whether it's high school students or students in higher education institutions, including business schools. So should we have courses like mindfulness in these schools? Today, sustainability is a huge issue, and large corporations are trying to use sustainability in a deep way and implement that. So should there be more and more courses in sustainability? Should there be courses on personal growth? Should there be courses on communication? And most business schools in the first year have a course on communication, but it may be time to change the kind of content that course has. Should there be a course on meditation? Should there be a course on values? Should there be a course on Vedic philosophy, which a lot of our writers have used to be able to write books on leadership? I was with Mr. Gurchand's a couple of weeks back, and he was explaining to me how reading Vedas has helped him write his latest book, or take at least some ideas from that and, correlate it with what's happening around us. So clearly, B schools are competing with each other. They're also competing with new age edutech startups. They're also competing with online education. They're also competing with other streams. Today, liberal arts, when I was younger, we used to call it humanities, is becoming a very important stream. So clearly, what does one need to do to rejig the B school curriculum? What does one need to do to be able to retool the professors and teachers at business school? And last but not the least, has the profile of the business school director changed? We have the same set of people moving from one institution to another. Is it a good time to do lateral hiring in B schools, bring more and more industry leaders to head B schools, or people who have both the academy and industry background? That would be ideal. So these are the questions in my mind. I did not have the answers. I look forward to Mr. Shiv Kumar's address. And I can only say that these are exciting times for business school students. There is also a slowdown in tier 2 and tier 3 schools in terms of placements. And there I say there is a slowdown in the placements of even the top tier business schools. I regularly get calls from my friends who are from IIMs, and they want some of the students from current batches to be placed. I don't want to take names of business schools, but really it's so clearly placements are softening up, at least at where the number of students is very large. Is this also showing that there is a slowdown in Indian economy? Of course, Indian economy continues to be the brightest spot and is growing, but is there a slowdown in jobs? There is a new normal in terms of entrepreneurship. Post the bloodbath in the last 2 years, the startups have stabilized and the funding has started to come. In the last 2 weeks, the stock markets have lost a lot of value. So clearly that also has an impact on organizations and the number of jobs. So clearly I look forward to Mr. Shiv Kumar's address on where we are headed. What should the business schools be doing? What is the scenario of jobs? And clearly the top tier business schools and business schools of all hues have a role to play in educating and in preparing students as leaders for tomorrow. And there are organizations that are absorbing them. For each business school, there is a set of organizations that are relevant and are absorbing them in large sectors like BFSI, in marketing, in sales, in consulting. And of course, startups over the last 6 years have also become mainstream recruiters. So with this, I look forward to a day of deliberations, ideas, answers, solutions, and a way forward. And hopefully, I'll also learn something new. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for your address. Thank you. With that, it's now time for our first keynote address of the day on the Future Business School. And to share his experience, his vision, his thoughts on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Shiva Kumar, Chairman, MTPL, an Advent Private Equity Company. Everybody, please.
Thank you. Can I have the lights up, please? Put up the lights, the full room, so that I can see the people. Okay, first of all, thank you, Anurag, for inviting me to do this session. So I did this session, a similar session, a few years ago. And so when somebody repeats the invitation, so it means I did a decent enough job last time. So thank you again for inviting me. I have been associated with a number of business schools, okay, in various capacities. I studied at Calcutta, then I went to Wharton. I've been on the boards of 3 IIMs, Ahmedabad, Calcutta, Udaipur. Currently I'm in Udaipur. I've been on other boards. 3 of those ecosystem partners, I have actually done convocation speeches. I did a convocation speech at LIBA. Where is the director of LIBA? I don't see him, okay? I did a convocation speech at 4 and I did a convocation speech at Great Lakes. Okay? I've done about 35 commencement and convocation speeches at the various business schools in India. I teach. I have, I think, a reasonably good understanding of what's happening in business schools. And so what I try to bring over the next 20-30 minutes is my perspective on what's happening out there in business schools, but more important, how you as business school ecosystem leaders must look at the future of business schools and what you should be doing right now in order to win in a future world. Okay? So that's what I'm going to do. So, as I mentioned, I've seen dramatic change over the last 12 years that I've been on business school boards. And I think I will see even more change now. And in every business school board, I keep pushing them to change much faster than where they are right now. Because the world is not going to wait. If you don't change as a business school, the world will pass you by. Okay? That's my first message to you. So, first let's look at the gross numbers. Globally, there are 14,000 institutions, call them colleges, call them business schools, call them universities, whatever you might want to call them, which offer an MBA degree. Out of those 14,000, India has 6,000 of them. So clearly, we've chosen quantity over quality. And that's the first thing that you seriously need to think about, to say, I'm in a business school, am I driving quality? Quantity in terms of either students, quantity in terms of either courses, quantity in terms of anything that you might want to think about is not the smartest thing I recommend right now in a future world. Focus on quality. Quality means differentiation, not more of the same. You have to differentiate yourself against everybody else. That's what quality means. Okay. You have to stand for something which is extremely unique. So focus on quality is my first message to all of you. So I have 12 thoughts for you over the next, I have 27 minutes left. I'm sure I'll finish well within time. These 12 thoughts are a distillation of my last 12 years on business school boards, plus also what I think is going to happen in a future world in all my interactions. So number one, why do students do an MBA? Our consumer, if we are a business school, is the student. He is our consumer. Why does a consumer come to us? 56% of the time, people come to enhance their financial status. As simple as that. And many times in business schools, and the IIMs and business schools have asked me to come and speak to professors. Professors say, are we an assembly line? Are we manufacturing students only on salary? It is true. The earlier you accept it, the better it is. So many times professors are living in the 1960s right now. You need to change. Today students want advancement in their financial situation, number one. Number two, they feel that their basic degree will not take them far. Be it a BA, be it a BSc, be it a BTech, BE, whatever it is, they're saying this degree alone will not satisfy my emotion and happiness of the runway. I need a second degree. These are the two reasons why people come to a business school. And if you understand this as business schools, if you understand your consumer very clearly, then you will ensure that your actions meet those expectations. That's my first point to you. Point one. Point two is the MBA is today segmented by time and segmented by function. And there's rapid segmentation happening. 20 years ago, we only had the 2-year MBA. And everything was similar. There was a sea of similarity. There was no differentiation. Today we have a 24-month MBA, which is in most institutes the core program. We have an 18-month, we have a 15-month, we have a 12-month, we have a 6-month. And we have online, we have weekend, we have executive, all kinds of segmentation by time. Then we have by specialization. We have supply chain, we have digital, we have marketing. Okay, we have sustainability, we have public policy. So time and function are the two variables of differentiating an MBA. So now ask yourself, what is your portfolio? How are you managing your portfolio on this time dimension and function dimension? And you have to hit the right sweet spot in getting this. Having said that, I must tell you that the specialization ones, like supply chain, digital marketing, etc., if you go beyond a batch size of 70, 75, it's a challenge for you. Because there's not enough people, not enough industry practitioners willing to take those students on roll. So there is a limitation of batch size in each of the specializations. That's what I am seeing in every business school. So watch out for that. Okay, the core will always be the big program, which is the 2-year or a 1-year. That will be the core. Okay, that's point number 2. Point number 3, fees will not be the model of the future. Fees will not be the model of the future. Now, step back, and it's always good to look at history and say, why is somebody saying something? Why am I saying this? If you look at the early business schools, they were all government-led business schools. Calcutta, where I studied, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, etc. So there, the government built the institutions and said, hey, go run it. And so the government took care of everything, so fees was fine. That's the same model we followed year on year. But today, when the government sets up a new IIM, it says, I'm giving you 500 crores, but you have to pay the interest on it. You don't need to return the capital, but you need to pay the interest on it. That's what the government is saying. So today, fees is not going to save your skin. Not a chance. If fees is not going to change your thing, what else is going to change it? Executive development programs, naming rights of colleges, naming rights of buildings, okay, more research. Your non-fee stream has to be bigger than your fee stream. Fees will not see you through, is my simple point. So start thinking differently. So fees, starting salary, batch size. Here's an interesting point. If you expand the batch size to 200 or 300, your starting salary drops. Your starting salary drops, you don't get enough students. It's a natural thing. Okay, you don't get enough students, you can't charge the fees. All three are correlated. Trust me. And I said to all the professors here that students want a higher starting salary when they start, and all of you keep debating it. The reason for that is today 70% of students take a loan to come and do their MBA. 70%. We did a strategy session for the XLRI board on the 9th of this month in the Jajjar campus. For XLRI, it's 95%. Think about it. If I am a student and I'm taking a loan to come, then it is every right in my head to say, I want the best salary so that I can repay my loan. I've hawked 2 years. Nothing wrong in it. That is our consumer. And that's what we should seriously think about. Okay? Point number 4. What are the ingredients of a top business school? The ingredients of a top business school are rock star faculty, great quality students, industry connect, and they'll touch on industry connect. And these 3 must lead to what I call a multi-dimensional campus experience, a very good campus experience. Let's start with rockstar faculty. Rockstar faculty. When Peter Drucker moved to Santa Clara, a number of students signed up for Santa Clara. When people go to Harvard, they go to, in the past, a Clayton Christensen. Today, a Nitin Noria. Okay, a Srikant Datar. Okay. In Kellogg's, people would go to learn from Kotler or Bala Balachandar of Great Lakes. In Wharton, people go to listen to Peter Capelli. So rockstar faculty is absolutely key to attracting good quality students. And you should do everything to promote rockstar faculty. Do not get insecure by having rockstar faculty. Rockstar faculty is good. Let me give you a simple example. In the last 30 years in India, the 2 rockstar faculty in marketing have been Labdi Bhandari in IIM Ahmedabad and Sharad Sareen in XLRI. Nobody else. Nobody else. So it makes us think, why are we not promoting rockstar faculty? The more rockstar faculty you promote, the better it is for your school. Do not let them be behind the curtain. Great quality students, all of you follow the CAT, you have your own exams, ZAT, this, that, etc. And you're doing the cutoff, that's fantastic. I talked about fees not being a model. Let me explain now. Industry Connect. When we talk of Industry Connect, you have the main program, which is your 2-year program. Then you have the short programs, which are the 1-year programs, 6-month programs, etc. But the bigger one is the management development program. The management development programs which you do for corporations. There are many more corporations out there in the world. There are 5,200 listed companies. There are 64 million MSMEs. And there are tons of companies which are public and private. That pie is a continuous education stream. They need constant education as the world changes. As more turbulence happens, every 2 years they want to learn something new. That is the bigger market. The bigger market is not the students and the fees. And that's what everybody is forgetting. If you really want to be a successful business school of the future, you have to get your Management Development Act right. When you do that, you produce rockstar faculty, you produce great research, you produce Industry Connect. All three will happen. That is the route to go. There are a few business schools, I won't name them. By the year 2026, I think, 25, 26, this business school, their management development revenue will be higher than their fees revenue. It's a very big business school. So they're already thinking like that. They're already pushing the boundaries there. So just ask yourself, what is the addressable market of executive education? That is much bigger than the market of student education, as simple as that. Okay? So these are the 3 ingredients of a top business school. Never ever, if push comes to shove, there are only 3 things you need to remember. Everything else is, interrelated. Point number 5, okay, placement is absolutely crucial. Why people come for money? People have taken a loan. So placement today is a 12-month activity. It is not a 2-month activity. Business schools are not recognizing this. And what do business schools do? And many, in the top 10 also, as ranked by Business World, etc., they have outsourced the placement to students. Students run it. It cannot work. It cannot work. The institute must take ownership of placement. You must have a professional CEO of placement. You must have a team for placement. Students cannot do it as a side gig. They're studying and also do the side thing. Because this is an institution to institution relationship, a B2B relationship. Students do not have a horizon of more than 3 months. They come, they just want to call 10 companies, okay, they will interact with them, shake hands with them. We are not developing them by, giving this role to them. We are not. And that is the answer I get from some of the business schools when I challenge them. No, Shiv, we are developing them. Sorry, you're not. You're abdicating your responsibility. You're not developing them. Okay? So you must handle placement. Next, for many companies, summer equals finals. If they see the student for 8 weeks, they find him good, they say, let me continue with him. So that's why I say placement is a 12-month activity. Anybody who signs up for any program with you, 6 month, 1 year, executive MBA, weekend MBA, whatever it is, they want an outcome. And that outcome is placement. It's your responsibility. So think of placement as being one of the crucial pillars of success of a future B school. Put highly capable people there. Or, I've also recommended this, outsource it to a headhunting firm. Give it away to a Conferry, give it away to a Stuart Spencer, give it to a Russell Reynolds, and say, you manage my placement. That's a far smarter thing to do. Many institutions today have outsourced a number of things. I went to IIM Raipur to speak at one of the functions, IIM Ranchi. IIM Ranchi has outsourced all admin facilities to a third party. Okay, fantastic. You don't need clerks, you don't need sweepers, you don't need carpenters, you don't need plumbers on your payroll. Why do you need it? In fact, in some of the business schools, I'm pushing them to say, why do you need to run a hostel? Why don't you give it away to OYO? Give it to somebody else. Have an SLA. Your core is teaching. Your core is not to run the campus. There are other people who can do it more efficiently for you than you can do it yourself. So stick to your core, okay? So placement, very, very crucial. Every student who does any type of program expects outcome support from you. Please, please think about it. Number 6, all business schools talk of developing global leaders. Pause for a moment and ask, what is global? Is global the topics that you cover? For example, international trade, international politics, is that being global or preparing global leaders? Is it about visits? My students are visiting America, my students are visiting Milan, my students are visiting Singapore. Is it about visits and exchange programs? Is that global? Is it about projects? Truly global means you also have global recruiters. That's what global means. When they value your MBA. So if you get a recruiter from Italy or Spain or Indonesia to come to your business school and say, we want to hire your students, that is global. Global does not mean a token representation in terms of topics covered or 3-4 faculty who have taught somewhere. That's not global to me. Truly global means you're producing leaders for global corporations. That's the final end point. Okay? All the others will come in between. Number 7, the future will be about skills. There's no doubt about it. And more important, soft skills. The syllabus should reflect that. I was asking a business school some time ago, how many courses on AI do you have? We have 1 course. Now think about it, 1 course in AI. How many courses in sustainability do you have? We have 2. If you are serious about sustainability, it must be part of every single course. What does sustainability in supply chain mean? What does sustainability in economics mean? What does sustainability in finance mean? What does sustainability in marketing mean? There must be elements of sustainability in every single course. Offering 1 course does not make you a sustainability school. So, broad base the key topics of AI, sustainability, DEI, ESG, etc. into all the courses that you offer. That's when you're being future ready. 1 course does not make you future ready, all the professors here. Number 8, fewer companies have management trainee programs, and management trainee program time span is shrinking. When I started, my management training program was 18 months. Today, company, like I was talking to VGuard day before yesterday because the VGuard people were competing in one of the management association contests and they were talking about the management trainee program. I asked them, how long is your management training program? 6 months. You know why? Industry does not have the patience. We don't have the patience to invest in people for 18 months and say after 18 months this person is ready. Nope. Today industry wants a person who is up and ready, running. Hits the ground running at full speed. That's what the industry wants. Okay. So we want a finished product, somebody who is practical and grounded, but yet knows future concepts. That's the kind of student we want. Somebody who's a go-getter, who's got the attitude, who's positive, who can work with people, who can solve problems, who can think critically. That's the kind of student we want to start producing results virtually from day 1. Is it an unfair expectation? Possibly. But that's the expectation we have. Online courses have mushroomed, and I think Anurag mentioned about COVID, etc. Online courses have mushroomed. But when I look at all the data and speak to all the students who've done online courses, every one of them, each and every one of them wants a campus experience. For example, if people sign up for a 1-year executive MBA online course, they want at least 6 visits to the campus of 2 days each. They're saying online we can learn, fine. For doubt clarification, the teaching assistant is useful, he can help us. But we want to interact with the other students and learn from them. That can only happen through a campus experience, not online. I cannot reach out to Anurag, I cannot reach out to somebody else online to share experiences. That can only happen there. And next, there is a pride in visiting a campus. Okay, Anurag was mentioning LinkedIn. I cannot tell you the number of people who post I am at Harvard next to that 1600 Soldiers Field board. Everybody stands behind that and pose. Now, everywhere in every institution, people stand at the entrance, huge dome, whatever it is, and the symbol and the plaque and post. There is pride. The premium in online courses comes through the campus experience, not through online. That's what you need to recognize. This is what our consumer wants. Okay? So make the campus experience an absolute wow. Okay? One of the colleges, I won't name them who, actually do something interesting. Twice a year in a one-year program, they actually ask the student to bring his wife or kids also if they have. Say, come to our campus. That's an even bigger wow. Yeah? Number 10, every B school needs, I believe, doubling, tripling of your PhD students. You are way off the mark here right now. You don't have any PhD students, let me be honest. You need doubling, tripling. If you have 100 faculty, I submit to you, you need at least 60 to 75 PhD students. These PhD students will be great research assistants, great teaching assistants, will produce research papers, and will be the future pipeline of teachers. This is an area where every business school is failing. If you go back to your rankings, this is one area where you need to improve. So, blanket, triple, quadruple, double your PhD student intake. And trust me, it will have a dramatic impact on your pedagogy. Not ordinary, dramatic impact. In every board that I'm on right now, I'm on 5 business school boards right now, I'm pushing this change very, very significantly. I'm saying do this. It doesn't matter, but do this. This is the investment for the future. Okay? Number 11. I must also tell you what B school should stop doing. Okay, 3 things I believe B school should stop doing. Number 1, game rankings. Not worth it. Focus on quality, your ranking will automatically come. Today we are gaming rankings. For example, one of the IIMs, I won't name them who, for embarrassment, their intake ratio this year of boys to girls is 10-90. 90% girls. Now tell me, on what basis can you justify that? On what basis can you justify that? This is like a one-child policy in China. It's going to hurt you. You have to think about it. So don't game the rankings with a variable in mind. Focus on quality, the rest will follow. Okay? Number 1. Number 2, do not balloon placement salary reporting. In fact, in the last Udaipur board, Mr. Banerjee, who is from the Ministry of HRD, I told him, sir, please have a standard way of calculating starting salary. Why don't you mandate this? You'll be shocked to know that the IIMs follow different routes to reporting starting salary. Now go back to what I said. What does our consumer want? He wants a starting salary which is higher than fees paid. We have to be honest and transparent. We talk about governance. We talk of transparency as a business school. Why are we not being transparent about salaries? Why are we, couching that in various language? There's a business school here in Delhi, I won't name who, they take ESOPs for the next 5 years as part of starting salary. Makes no sense. That inherently is unethical. So I think if there's one advice I'd give you, and I'm pushing this with the government also, the government must clearly say, this is what constitutes starting salary, please report this, that's it. Otherwise, we are misleading our students. In marketing parlance, it's called puffery in advertising. And if we want to produce leaders, we should not be doing that. Because all the students know it. They know the truth before you. Okay? And the third one, business schools tend to be very hierarchical by function. Collaboration between functions is is a big challenge. With the new education policy, NEP, etc., you have to promote not hierarchy, but horizontal way of working. Because the student has an option of horizontal colleges, not just horizontal functions in your college. He can pick 3 months somewhere else. He can get a degree somewhere else. So don't think hierarchy. think horizontal. This is something that all business schools need to do. Business schools, unfortunately, tend to be hierarchical. Okay? And my last and 12th point, I have still 5 minutes to go, is in your business school, have what I call a future dean. Most business school syllabus or course matter has not changed for many years. Change it every 2 years. The dean academics typically tends to do this, but they don't do this for 6-10 years. It's very important for you. Every 2 years, relook at your syllabus. For example, the marketing taught by Philip Kotler is very different from the marketing practice today. So if you're still reading Kotler, you have a serious issue. You have to do something else. So have a future dean whose only job is to refresh syllabus every 2 years, every 24 months. That's how you'll be relevant to a future world. You'll not be relevant by teaching 1990s concepts in 2025. So, in summary, India has 6,000 of the 14,000 business schools. We have prioritized quantity over quality. The true differentiator of a business school is quality. So what matters in a business school? I want to go back and quickly refresh all your points for you. People come for the fees. The salary they earn, they pay a fees, and they're taking a loan. That's what our consumer wants. Don't deny him that. Don't grudge him that. As B school professors, be large-hearted. Okay? It's segmented by time and function. The core is the 2-year MBA. Fees will not be the future business model. Executive education will be, in my book, if you do it right. Okay? The 3 ingredients of a business school: rockstar faculty, great student, industry connect. Placement is a 12-month activity. Have a professional placement cell. Do not abdicate it to students. This is a B2B institutional mode. Students forget it. All business schools talk of developing global leaders. Think of what global means. The future will be about skills. Having one course does not make you ready in sustainability or ESG or AI or whatever it is. It has to be embedded in all the courses. AI in finance, AI in marketing, AI somewhere else, etc. Okay? Most companies want a finished product of what you're teaching people. Online courses, the premium is in the campus experience, not online. Double, triple, quadruple PhD students. And stop gaming rankings, work collaboratively, and more important, have a standard way of reporting placement. So that's all I have to say, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Anurag, for inviting me. All the very best.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please request, thank you. May I please request Mr. Mohit Agarwal, President, DBS Global University, Dehradun, to please join us on the stage and present a token of appreciation to Shiv, sir, please. Everybody for Mohit, please. A picture, please. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Well, moving on to our next keynote address. Let's please welcome on stage the Senior Director of ICFI Business School, IBS, Gurgaon, Dr. S.C. Sharma. Everybody, please.
Good morning, friends. It's a matter of great privilege for me to have listened to one of the stalwarts in the first session. Now, by way of introducing myself, I will say that I have the great privilege of directly working with three great sons of India, namely Dr. Manmohan Singh, Dr. L.K. Jha. Many of you might not be knowing this gentleman. He was Principal Secretary to Lal Bahadur Shastri, Principal Secretary to Madam Indira Gandhi. He was our governor in RBI, under whose leadership the banks were nationalized in 1969. He was our governor in Kashmir, who installed the senior Sheikh Abdullah as the first chief minister of Kashmir. He was also our ambassador in USA, and he was the chairman of Economic Administration Reforms Commission. Most people do not know who initiated the reforms. Everybody thinks that they started only with 1991. I was his special assistant when he was the advisor to Prime Minister. And I was a professor of economics at National Academy of Administration, Missouri, for over 7 years. In between, I was economic advisor, Steel Authority of India, with Mr. Krishnamurthy, the first chairman of Maruti, BHEL, Steel Authority of India, and so many other public sector undertakings. And I am A, I am B, I am C. He was my boss in 88 and 89. So I have learnt not through books. Let me explain very clearly. My journey has been enriched by the experience of my bosses, I will say, my seniors, my superiors. I worked in the National Academy of Administration, Lal Bahadur Shastri, for over 7 years, where I had the opportunity of very closely working with great administrators of this country, So, coming to this morning session, I will start by saying that this management education, the future of management education, I was asking myself, is management the cause or the effect? Who sets the ball moving? The management, to my mind, should reflect the developments in the economy. It should reflect the developments in the society. It should reflect the primary problems that the common citizens around the world are facing. So management cannot be the starting point. Management has to be derived from what the manager is supposed to manage. For example, as long as we had the first almost 70 years of this country's development story, we had price controls, we had production controls, we had price controls, production control, movement control, quantitative controls, qualitative controls. At that time, what were the managers doing? The top managers of this country were administering controls, economic controls, financial controls, administrative controls, and even today, Professor Shiv, I was surprised, frankly speaking. Dr. Saab chale gaye mere khayal hai. If he is here, I would have been very happy. He said that the government should decide how should the business schools be administered. He mentioned about some gentleman from Ministry of Education, Mr. Banerjee, who should decide how should our salaries be revealed amongst the people. It's very strange. Why should business schools look to the government for administration of their own systems? The business schools are supposed to run very huge business corporations, multinational corporations around the world. We are talking of globalization and so on, and we are looking towards a joint secretary to tell us as to how should we administer ourselves. You have to contemplate on it. I'm not saying A or B. It is for us to deliberate as to whether the administration of the business school should be left to the administrators, because I am one of them, I have been there. I am from 1971 batch of Indian Economic Service. I don't want, as a business school, to be told now what I should do. I should do what I think is in the interest of my students, what we call my consumers. Somebody can call them my customers. I have to serve their interests. I have to see that they are provided the best of environment in which their intellectual growth can take place, in which they are able to connect themselves to the primary problems they will be facing when they get into the industry. Business schools are meant for the students first. It is the students' requirement, students' needs, where they are deficient, where they have to develop, that the faculty, along with the people who are managing the institutions, should be instrumental in shaping the institutions, rather than expecting the government to intervene or design interventions on our behalf, you see. If we do that, in a way, we are passing on the initiative to somebody else. So question is, it's a food for thought for all those who are part of the business schools. Now, whether it is a business school or it is a management school or it is any part of education, to my mind, the life is driven essentially by two things. That is what I'm giving my lifetime understanding. First is your faith, and second is the set of values we pursue. Faith and values. Now, faith is a very big thing. Faith is basically belonging to the domain not of management, but of spirituality. It is the opposite of physicality, actually. So you have faith in something, you don't question that faith. You take it as a belief. You put it at a higher pedestal. You bow down to it. You look up to it during your crisis. So faith. And second is the values. Now, for example, there are two things. Should you barter your values for money? I'm asking myself, should I sell my values for money? Obviously, it is for each of us to decide whether and how you protect your values. During the long course of career, spanning over 4 decades, all my students will be subjected to different kinds of pressures, different kind of compulsions, different kind of expectations coming from the people to whom they are reporting. At that time, they have to make a choice between pursuing money or pursuing values. What is sustainability? This word sustainability has come in the morning session also several times. Sustainability is something which has been found to be true over a period of time. Actually, if you kindly allow me, the best part of the sustainability is the starting point of Shri Guru Granth Sahib, where Baba Nanak, whose birthday was celebrated a few days back on 15th of this month, how does it start? He says, Aad sach, Jugad sach, hai bhi sach, Nanak hosi bhi sach. Something which was found to be true in the hoary past, Aad sach. Jugad sach, which has been found to be true since ages, be such, even today it is found to be true. And Nanak, hosi be such, it shall remain true. Something which was true in the hoary past, which was true in the ancient periods, which is true even today, and which shall remain true in the years to come. That is called sustainability. That is the difference between self-interest. The starting point is why these students join MBA program. They join, of course they join with the help of loans, with the help of support from the family. They join with a view to improve their financial prospects. Many of them join for starting their career and taking off their career at a higher pedestal. True, money is very important. Money, actually my subject is starting with money only. And let me quote one sentence, it will help many of you. This is the father of economics, Adam Smith. He said it in 1776. He said, if I am getting my bread, my beef and brew, if I am getting bread, beef and brew, I need not be grateful to either the baker or the butcher or the brewer, because while serving it to me, each of them has served his own self-interest. This is the starting point of the subject. The whole world is glued together. The soil to hold the root, and also wants that the soil the root in consolidating. So root and soil are having symbiotic relationship, where the only way of serving my own self-interest is to serve your self-interest. If I am able to serve the self-interest of my student, my own self-interest will get automatically served. So there is a symbiotic relationship, and those of us who believe in enlightened self-interest never serve their own interest in a direct manner. They serve the interest of the other person, and in the process, as a byproduct, their own interest gets automatically served without any speed breaker, without any obstacle. Your career will take a huge stride if you stop looking at your own self-interest. That is called enlightened self-interest, and that is called sustainability. So a business school, if it wants to be sustainable, the best that they can do is to serve the interests of the students. And students are the best messengers, they are the best ambassadors. This year's batch will carry these stories to the prospective students, and the result will be, as somebody was telling the other day, the father will study in this school, his son will study in this school, his son's son will also study in this school. The result is that you don't have to really bother about from where will the students come. So friends, I do not want to digress. I am very grateful to my colleagues, Sudhakar Rao Saab, who gave me this opportunity to put forward some of his thoughts. There are one or two more thoughts I think we could, yes, at ICFI Business School, Gurgaon, we are doing what is called transformative education. We are not saying that our students are the best in the country, but whosoever joins us, we make him employable. All I can say is with guarantee, with clarity, with credibility, with authenticity, with validity, that whosoever joins Iqfai Business School shall get a job to the extent of 90 to 95% students will get a job. There could be cases where the student, either because of him or because of some other compulsions or circumstances, we will not claim 100%, but 90 to 95% of our students will get placed, and they get placed not because of any accidental or mechanical process, but because we have created systems which are driven from our parent institution at Hyderabad across several IBS campuses, 9 IBS campuses to be precise. And we have very close interaction with industry. Actually, either my faculty is going to industry every day, or industry people are coming and taking our sessions. We have 3, 4, 5 ways in which we associate the industry. First of all, 30 to 40% of the faculty itself is drawn from industry. I am from industry. It is a different thing that I have worked in the government and I have worked in academics and I have also worked in the corporate. 30 to 40% people in any case are from industry. And we have practicing managers who are still holding positions, corporate positions. We request them. I'm using money is not the only consideration at that level for money alone. Money shall be paid, but money prime mover, prime relationship, prime that the person is interested, pay back something to the society, is willing to put in his efforts and creativity. We request him take 33 syllabus. We carry the syllabus. You please take which topics would you like to take? We will adjust syllabus, our schedule, convenience. So the person feels very comfortable to share what they will not otherwise. So there are practicing managers, electives, speakers, Indian series. This cuts across various. So there could be of the country who can. There could be professors of history. History is not a subject for business school. There could be some of the cooks, for example. One of the finest cooks. Yes. One of the and shared his thought with the students. So the is that focus is not on textbook, focus is not on syllabus. Textbooks can be summarized. The whole purpose is student should be an inquiring mind, an investigative attitude. He should be able to draw inferences from the data, cross-sectional or it is times. He should be able to have outlook to any subject of student, flexible, quantitative, digital, rural, urban. He should be an all-rounder. He should be. So that is what our effort. And once again, I am very organizers and Bhakar Rao and to all of you for listen to what I. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. Thank you, my please. Mr. Mohit, again, the president of TBS Global University, Dehradun, to please join us on the stage and present a token to sir. Please. Please It's time to move ahead with the first panel discussion of the day, which is on management education. What needs to change and also new approach needed to make an impact today. And to share the views on the same while they get the stage ready, I shall introduce the speakers to you as well. First is Professor A. Venkatraman, Dean and Head, Faculty of Management Studies, FMS, University of Delhi. Joining Professor is Professor Deepak Kumar Srivastav, Director, IIM Ranchi. Joining them is Dr. Raghunath Rudran, Dean Research, TA Pi Management Institute. And this session will be chaired by Ms. Neha Mathur, Senior Associate Editor, BW Business World. Let's please welcome everybody. आपकी जोरदार तालियों के साथ. Please. Dr. Chitkara couldn't make it because the flight got delayed, of course, due to weather. If she makes it on time, then we'll have her join us on the stage as well. Humble request to all our speakers and moderators as well. Neha ma'am, please be very cognizant of the time. Otherwise, you'll have me stand here, only stare at you, nothing else. That's it.
So thank you so much. Mr. Srivastava is not here. Sure.
We'll just check on that.
Sure.
We can start and then we'll make sure that says here.
Okay. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And I would say brilliant keynote by Mr. Shivakumar. He really set the tone for the whole day by, almost covering the entire, gamut of issues that these schools are facing. And following that, Mr. Sharma, he also provided valuable insights. Welcome, sir. Welcome. So we will start. Following on Mr. Shivakumar, what he has already discussed, I would like to know from each one of you, what are the urgent industry requirements today regarding the kind of management graduates they are looking for? Mr. Shivakumar has already pointed to day one ready graduates. So maybe we can start with you, sir, Mr. Rudran, Dr. Rudran, sorry.
Yes, I would largely tend to agree with what Shri Shivakumar said, based on our interactions on campus. When most of the corporates come, they would largely expect students to be ready from day one. And I think that's one of the most fundamental expectations. So what, as a school, of course, we are not an IIM, so what some of us do is to have specialized agencies come, especially for things like, communication development. So we make our students go through interviews, because the school is heavily focused on placement. So experts from industry come, we make them go through workshops on communication, we make them go through interviews, mock interviews, and students are also, there's a lot of emphasis on asking the students to work on pre-placement offers during their internship. So we work very hard on the internships with corporates so that there is a lot of alignment with the industry.
Mr. Venkataraman?
I slightly differ. I think business schools are not meant to produce mechanics as, there is a difference between IIT and ITI. Similarly, business schools are not meant to produce readily available talent to do selling. I think we need to anchor them, we need to have a long-term vision. These are the people who are going to lead the businesses where they join, and they need to have a solid grounding. And I am not sure whether we need to focus too much on the practical skills that, anyway, the companies will do it. I think most of the recruiters are looking for a positive attitude among the candidates. They are not necessarily looking at the skill that a business school does finish with them. You can see that from many of the companies that are taking students who have that kind of, this commitment, passion, or the desire to work in a company. So I would think that we need to focus on solid grounding. The companies will do the finishing school for them. I think the probationary period is meant for that. Well, are they street smart? That's where perhaps we can focus on. Are they capable of, living thriftily and doing the best for the company in terms of efficient outputs? Yes, that's where we need to perhaps focus on. But to say that I must send a salesman ready for a Unilever is too much of an expectation. Right? I think what is happening I think you need to really start thinking about, look at how we have really made a mess out of engineering education. The students who are in civil engineering, they are not listening to what's going on. They are saying that I'm going to enforce this, why should I really learn about construction engineering? So are we thinking from the long-term perspective? So these are the people who need to know the grounding about how I need to manage certain decisions that will be at a crisis point. So I see that as more of a, giving foundations rather than giving finishing.
Dr. Srivastava, would you agree with?
So I would like to add a couple of points. As you would agree, worldwide there has been an interesting discussion going on management education in action, management education in practice. So we need to be more relevant. There are a couple of, knowledge is important, of course, but in addition to knowledge, skill sets are needed. I would like to add a couple of, what my understanding is, which skill sets are needed. The first is the problem solving, that we all would agree. That problem solving has to be there. A manager or the students, graduate who would be going to industry would be able to solve the problem, resolve the problem. The second skill set, which is very important, that is ability to connect the dot. Management is something which deals with multiple realities. We don't have objectivity. We don't have a specific answer like mathematics 2 + 2 are 4, but management, a lot of the issues which are local in nature. There are multiple realities. So there has to be ability to connect the dots. And connecting the dot in the sense there has to be a strategic approach to connect finance, marketing, and whatever the domains. The third skill set, which is very important, especially in countries like India where we have a lot of diversity. You have to deal with different set of people, different parts of country, we have different languages. So we need to come out from very structured this approach. Unfortunately, what happens when we teach in the class, we tend to be more structured. Case method and other whatever we do. But the reality is different. When a student goes to market and interact with different challenges, situation is more unstructured. So I think these are three skill sets which are very important. The problem solving, ability to deal with unstructured situation, and ability to connect the dots. So that I would like to add what Shiv Kumar ji has mentioned in morning.
So as he also mentioned in his keynote, the need for regular curriculum update every 2 years he mentioned. How is it happening on your campuses and what kind of inputs that go into these curriculum updates? If we can start with you, Dr. Rudran. Yeah, you can start here, yes.
we have, the faculty is divided into, normally in the good B schools, all the faculty are having their original areas, the functional areas, like marketing, finance, and all that. So the Dean Academics conducts meeting at least once in 6 months for course development. We have a strong board of management studies for all the programs that we have. We have programs in marketing, specialized program in marketing, banking and financial services. So having industry experts and veterans sit on some of this board of management studies who keep giving key inputs is one of the important things of this curriculum update. A large part of our second year courses are we also depend a lot on visiting faculty, especially in cutting edge areas like in analytics and all that. So which also gives signals to our curriculum updation. So these are, and of course our own alumni who we keep calling them for special sessions, for the connect sessions, and through these various mechanisms. So, there are multiple ways in which the curriculum keeps getting updated.
Professor Venkataraman.
To say that the curriculum is a stone-etched kind of, or for that matter, any course outline is a stone-etched kind of, process to follow is wrong. I think every faculty has a great deal of independence to incorporate any topics or anything that is extremely contemporary in nature. And therefore, there is something that you may have developed as a kind of a course outline about 2 years ago or 1 year ago. But then you perhaps come across a new kind of a topic or a new kind of area of expertise that you want your students to acquire. So you start organizing a seminar on that basis, then you bring in some industry expert, then you slowly incorporate that into. This is a dynamic process. I don't think we need to be really thinking about this as a one single academic council passes something and therefore you must follow that. Fortunately in FMS we have a 6-day regular executive MBA program where almost every day what's happening in the company we come to know. And if there are somebody, for example, on cybersecurity, somebody is an expert, we just tell them, why don't you deliver a talk to our students in the regular MBA? So that's an advantage that we continuously possess. And therefore, we do not see this as a formal exercise. We see it as a continuing process of evolving. Maybe the time when you are 2 years later, when you are going to update your course outline, then you bring in these topics.
Professor Srivastava, while answering this question, if you can also shed light on, because Gen AI is now penetrating every sphere of life, and including academics and higher education, and ChatGPT is so much in vogue. So what are the concerns, and also how do you integrate new technologies?
So I would answer both. The first, the curriculum review, which is, as a matter of fact, this is very common in IIM system. At IIM Ranchi, we did this curriculum review 2 years back. And the idea was to first see that in B school system, the area is the academic unit, which decides what to be offered, what not to be offered. And it depends on B school, 3 years, 4 years down the line, they will review the curriculum, what are the essential courses, which we call a core courses. And there would also be discussion that how much, the size of the course, 3 graded or 1.5 graded. So that is to what we did in last year, we decided to have 2 additional academic areas. One area is the liberal arts and sciences, because we have IPN program, so we need faculty members from different, science area also. Additionally, we created one area, legal studies and responsible business. So all the courses pertaining to sustainability, ethics. As a matter of fact, we introduced the course on Socratic dialogue, tribes in India, tribal languages. Tribal language, of course, is an elective course, but tribes in India, one compulsory course for IPM program. IPM is a 5 years program. We have sustainability, ethical issues in AI, which is emerging. So all courses have been shifted to responsible business area. and legal studies. So that new academic area has been created. We have also decided to address these major problems. First is the problem solving. So we decided the structure of the outline to be changed. So conventional system, what happens when we go to class, we have an outline of 20 sessions, 30 sessions, and we start with the topic X, topic Y, topic Z, and relevant to topic there would be textbook or the readings. So this year we decided we have to start with the problem. Of course, these problems, 20 problems or 10 problems, the faculty member would identify. There has to be logical progression. And how this problem is covered, what are the discussion questions, and what kind of the readings and the cases are needed. So essentially, we are not going to teach what is my 5 forces model. We are going to discuss how these 5 forces are going to solve or address the business problem. So the course starts with the business problem. So that will give more, problem orientation. The second change that we made is the multidisciplinary courses. So essentially in the 6th term, which is the last term in MBA program, we decided that all the courses would be multidisciplinary in the nature. Multidisciplinary in the nature because the course would be offered from 2 areas and that would be cross-listed. So we decided course like workplace investigation and merger and acquisition. There are different dimensions of the merger and acquisition. The course is being designed by finance faculty, strategy faculty, as well as legal studies faculty. So idea was there would be a ability to integrate all these concepts. Recently, we have also prepared AI policy because AI policy is needed. Now, ChatGPT, whether we like it or not, that is in use. And that has also legal consequence. Tomorrow, if a student would submit an assignment which is copied from ChatGPT, and so what is the policy? How we are going to, evaluate this, right? And there will be legal consequence. So we have to decide in ChatGPT or AI what is allowed, what is not allowed in academic sense. Huge cases that we have to discuss. There are so many distinct huge cases. Problem definition we want to understand and we want to determine. ChatGPT perhaps may be useful. But what my this experience is that has to be incorporated in a student manual or in academic structure that we did. One more thing we did, summer internship, all the B schools do have. Additionally, we decided to have a social impact project. Social impact project would be offered, this opportunity given to students who would like to do it. That would be elective course. And where students are supposed to expose to different parts of country and to have this kind of a social intelligence.
Thank you. So, Dr. Rudhan, while Professor Srivastava has already touched upon some aspects of ESG, in many of the B schools, sensitivity towards ESG is still not that prioritized. And at a time when corporate world is now taking it up seriously, so how is ESG taken up in your B school? And also social impact.
Yeah. So, this sustainability, as Mr. Shivakumar was also mentioning the importance of sustainability and ethics. So at TAPNI we believe that these have to be infused through the courses. So being part of ASCSB and AMBA, so we have to say that these are the course level outcomes. There are some program level goals and course level goals and outcomes. So we encourage all faculty to take out some of these goals and infuse them through the courses. That means if you have the operation management course, you must bring out what are some of the ethical aspects or what are some of the sustainability related aspects. When you teach supply chain management, this should come out. So an operations management faculty should not focus only on operations management. The other parts of making it interdisciplinary should come out as a part of this discussion across the courses, and we can measure these. How well the students did, met outcomes, exceeded expectations, did not meet expectations, and then we correct it every year. Some of the other initiatives we have, we have now a full-fledged building recently. We have called a sustainability center. We invite you to Manipal, those of you who can come. We have invested something as real assets in exclusively as a center for sustainability, which will generate a lot of projects with the local community. So it's also a meeting place for the local community, giving consultancy to local businesses. So it is not, it is in the early stage, and we hope that that will take it forward at a real level. Students also have a forum called as Omega, so which have a long history of consulting for local industry and even other industries. There are such other initiatives called as Seva, where again it's to do with doing projects for local entrepreneurs, which is jointly taken up by students and faculty. So this doing part is very important, which we believe in. In fact, the Seva initiative, we got nationally recognized also. In 3 years back, we got an award from Ramnath Kovindji at IIM Kozhikode. So we keep making these initiatives to incorporate this.
Professor Venkataraman, so the question for you is, in the last 12 months especially, there have been so much talk about corporate work pressure, corporate stress. There's this whole 70-hour work rules debate that is ongoing. And also there have been some unfortunate incidents about, loss of lives because of extreme work pressures. How do B schools prepare their students for that kind of corporate work pressures? And moving forward, what would you suggest to your peers in the B schools and to the student community?
Good question. I'll start with this, this particular question that you had asked about the sustainability. I think sustainability is not a course. It has to be seen as somebody's concern towards the society and its ability to manage resources as frugally as possible. I don't think we need to be chasing after one course to be launched or 5 faculty members or 2 programs, etc. I think business schools today have to revisit its own vision and values, and in terms of what's there, business schools cannot be divorced of the social realities. I belong to an institution where I am very proud. This is the 70th year of our institution. And during the last 70 years, we have been one of the most, people tend to say that your ROI is great. I simply use the word, please refrain from using the word ROI. We are the most inclusive and the campus that offers equitable access to quality management education. That's how I see FMS. I don't want to see this as ROI looks very, very crass in terms of what it says. What it communicates. So you need to create that ability to be part of that inclusiveness, that you allow students who are rickshaw pullers' sons and daughters to come and study, afford a management education. To me, that's where I start looking at the sustainability issue. You must make your students and faculty members to be passionate about what's happening around you. And only then you will be willing to really take up this responsibility. That's number one. Coming to the question that you had asked, today business schools are confronting 2 dilemmas or 2 challenges. The first is not only preparing them to be tough business leaders of future, but we are handling I have spent 35 years. The students community today is the most fragile one. I'm sure my colleagues here will understand what I'm saying. These are the people who are outside, they look tough, but they are just about crumble. The moment you give them a little bit of additional work, they crumble. How do I really strengthen their mental strength to cope up with the pressures of the corporate? So I have dual challenge now. So not only preparing my students to come out of their own. Today the mental health issue is a predominant issue in many of our business schools. So students are not, they are calling up the parents and they are asking them to talk to the faculty members. Please don't give them task after 1 o'clock in the night. I mean, how can you really prepare that kind of students who are not willing to put in that kind of hard work to face the corporate reality? So, there are issues and we need to really head on take it. Mental health is an issue, depression among the students is an issue, counseling is needed, their psychological strengthening is needed. We might consider this as a kind of a flippant perspective, but to me that's a very, very important topic to handle in the business school.
So added to that, Professor Srivastava, I would like to know, student aspirations have also changed, especially in the last few years during COVID times. What are those aspirations that B schools now have to address?
May I add on?
Yes, definitely.
So the first is about the social impact and the sustainability. The idea of sustainability in B school is that when the major task is the decision making, and when you tend to take a decision, there would be ethical dilemma. So sustainability, inclusion of the sustainability or social impact, what we included social impact. In each outline, faculty is requested to highlight which session is going or which topic is going to deal with the social impact. Other places, sustainability is there. The idea is that how you deal with this ethical dilemma, right? What is ethical, what is illegal, and if there's this kind of a challenge. And essentially all the major textbook or literature, there would be a topic on this thing, ethical dilemma, at the end of chapter. So that is the idea why we have to focus on sustainability or social impact kind of things. The second question which you raised that the mental health is very challenging thing, and which is not only this problem of the B schools, but society at large. And the problem perhaps is because when we teach, we tend to be more structured, and we expect something from the students, the structured and term, mid-term. We have to submit the assignment is graded and fine. So each and everything is well structured, but the reality is something different, which is not, structured. So, and then the students don't have that kind of this thing exposure. So that is the problem, and this is a larger problem. What we did, we took some initiatives. We decided to have a happiness center, and Mind Lab has been established at the institute, and we decided to have a set of courses on happiness. I think this is a small initiative, but the idea is that to sensitize students, and we would like to expose them to different realities of the world, and so that is one initiative. Now, the third is the student, what students want, because in past 4 and 5 years, online has emerged a very strong substitute. And because of the online as a substitute, there is also a discussion that how online can add the value to MBA program. And there is serious discussion worldwide that what has to be the optimum size of MBA program, 2 years MBA or 1 year MBA, 1.5 year MBA, or can it be hybrid? So many experiments in different parts of the world are going on. So the point is, because of advances, ChatGPT and other things, AI, it is very difficult to teach, right? What the role of instructor has also changed. If we go to teach in class and everything is available, information is there, we don't have courses like this mathematics and the physics. There are different realities. So the issue is that how to teach, and somehow it has become very difficult or impossible to teach. So idea here is that we need to encourage students to think about different trends, and we have to develop that understanding so that they can apply different lenses, framework to see how events unfolded in society or environment. So students, from a student perspective, they want more action oriented, and they want more relevant, and so that would be more valuable.
So finally, before we close, I would like to know from all of you that one thing that needs to change in B schools and in management education. What would you point out? Starting with you.
As some of my colleagues were saying about, I think the one thing that I would like to see more, and maybe go back to the earlier times, is that the intensity of engagement and interaction, should increase between faculty and students. At least from my personal experience, I have been finding it more challenging because in this, see, we have case discussion as a pedagogy. Earlier there used to be, you can run classes with 15-page cases, 20-page cases. Today, that's not, with the decline of habit of reading, it's become very difficult. And so the load has now become more on the faculty, if you have to drive a case, And so even Harvard has come out with short cases and other things. So how to bring about, see, because I think a B school cannot teach everything. Whatever we do, you try to restructure this, that. The world is so rapidly changing that it's impossible to pack everything in a 2-year thing. So I think what B schools best offer is a good interaction between good faculty and willing to learn students. So how to bring about that quality in a much better way? I think that, and with skills that will last them long.
Sir.
I think I'll go fundamentally one step back. I think B schools, time for us to reinvent ourselves. Are we socially relevant? Are we creating business leaders who are, I think the success of a business leader is not about how much a person gains, but how much he gives. I think we are not developing that kind of a culture. And somehow we continue to be looking inward, firefighting on every time when there is a new topic that emerges in the West, we try to cope up with it. And somehow we're trying to cater to the needs of industry, particularly on a day-to-day kind of a requirement or a yearly requirement, rather than looking at these business leaders are the ones who are likely to be the wealth creators, and they need to also have this clarity about the societal reality. I repeat this repeatedly, that we cannot be divorced of the societal reality. There was a time, yes, the business schools were a little isolated or maybe a kind of a cocoons of, today we are part of a society that is fast emerging to be aspirational. Are we catering to the social problems? Are we also catering to the economic problems? Are we also looking at issues that are, are we playing that kind of a role model for human assets? Are we giving empathy to our business leaders? Are we giving that kind of a people skills that people must possess before they go into the business arena and not becomes so performance-centric, profit-centric, but also much more conscientious. That's what I would look at.
Finally, Professor.
So there are many things, but since you asked one thing, so I believe there has to be focus on holistic development across B schools, irrespective of the governance structure, public, private, institute of national importance, whatever. Holistic development of all, instructor, faculty, students, and then there has to be exposure to reality, more unstructured situation, and then we would be able to contribute to nation development also. So if we are holistically developing students holistically, there will be more, national contribution, and we will be more nationally responsible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we are closing in time, so that's a phenomenal feat. Thank you so much. Sure.
This will have to be like only 10 seconds of question, and 20 seconds of answer. My budget allows that.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm grateful to BW for bringing us all together. My question is the health consciousness of the students. I have been a marathon runner, international marathon runner. I have talked to the Airtel organizers and recently Vedanta also. The batch is here. And their problem is that the corporates come and participate in the marathon, but not the B school. So my appeal is, please encourage your students to participate in the marathon, which is going to be held in October 2025. Thank you for listening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, encourage your students, that's it. Yes? Thank you. Thank you so much. I please request Mohit once again to please join us on the stage and present a token to all our presenters. A picture as well, please. While they do that, all the students present in the hall, how many of you are How many of you are active, either like working short marathons? Connect with them for longer ones then. Yeah. And thank you. A picture please, Mohitji. Aye. Once for them please, everybody. Thank you. Okay, I shall very quickly introduce the next panel to you as well. That's on the impact of fast changing technology on students and faculty engagement. And to share the views on the same, let's please welcome on stage Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Director, IIM Trichy, Dr. Subir Verma, Director, Force School of Management, Dr. Jones Matthew, Principal, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon, Dr. Vandana Ahuja, Director, Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Noida, and this session will be chaired by Mohit Agarwal, President, DBS Global University, Dehradun. Let's please welcome them collectively, everybody. Thank you. You can either sit to confuse them or they're still wondering. Mohit sir, the onus of the time was on you. Which is there?
That's good. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting us over here. Well, as this discussion is supposed to be the impact of fast changing technology on student and faculty engagement. So we are talking about engagement, but before we set the ball rolling, we need to understand a few facts about technology and what is the state of affairs we are in. The fact remains that information is no more the key to success. It seems that the excess information is a problem nowadays. Also the fact remains that after the COVID impact, the online education is the norm of the day, and hybrid seems to be the best form of teaching and learning, is also an accepted norm, what we realize in the business schools. The fact that data sciences, decision sciences, and digital transformation are the courses of the era, and these are the preferred courses which the students prefer to take in the business schools nowadays, and we need to prepare for that. With the digital and the courses on data sciences, the tool-based learning, and the company-specific tools like SAP, SAS, and so-called the other tools which the companies prescribe and which you get addicted to have also become the norms of teaching. The open AI, Gen AI, and especially after the Chat GPT onslaught, the business schools and the faculty are forced to bring in more and more AI tools into the curriculum, and we seems to be getting subservient to AI, both the faculty and the students. Also, the blockchain-based credentialing will also become the norm, and people would look in for those certificates, and your degree may not be that important. The micro-credentialing and the blockchain-based credentialing, which is internationalized, will also become the norm of the hour or sought-out certificates in future. Simulations, AR, VR usages for your practical experiences and field-based experiences, real-life experiences are also, hovering over your head, and we need to change all that. Adaptive learning seems to be the better way of learning, and evaluation of the students in the AI environment is very, very critical and, very difficult for us as teachers, that how do you try to teach them through AI, but you want to evaluate them on paper and pencil. It's a very difficult time for all of us in the business schools, especially because we are supposed to lead the way. The businesses have moved on into the AI, usage of substantive AI, and but faculty with experience are slow learners than the students are. Let me open the floor for all of you. We'll go by this mode that let's each one of us speak for 2-3 minutes on your thoughts on this topic today, and then we'll have the rounds of questions.
Want to start from here? Yeah. Okay. A very good afternoon to everybody here, and a big thank you to Business World for inviting me over here. The theme of this session is very, very interesting. The introduction had a lot of heavy words, but after that, I'm quite confident. I represent Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Noida. We are the same flagship brand, SIBM Pune, so we are trying to follow the same brand. SIBM Pune is a 50-year-old institution. We are a 1.5-year-old institution. So moving on the same path, technology is very, very important to us. I have, he brought up a very, very relevant topic, but I disagree with him on one thing. He said faculty are slow learners. I have grown up in a non-internet world. In my first job, we had inter-office memos, and internet was not there. We could not send an email. So if you had to communicate to your office in Mumbai, you had to send a letter. From that, we have grown, and people of my generation have seen multiple disruptions, and we have adapted. We have adopted technology. We have embraced it beautifully, and speaking from personal experience, having grown in a non-internet world, I have authored a book on digital marketing, which has been published by Oxford University Press. And when it came out, it was the first book of an Indian author. And while it was just written for academic value, it just, the sales skyrocketed because it was the first book from any Indian author. So, disagree absolutely that faculty members are slow learners. We have adapted very fast, and I'm sure the COVID period showed us all. We suddenly, walked into MS Teams and Zoom, and if you had noticed carefully, when COVID set in somewhere in Feb, March, we started with Microsoft Teams, and the number of apps which Microsoft had in Feb, March versus the number of apps they had by June, July. I mean, they had changed very quickly, introduced so many new apps, and we all embraced them. So did students, and together I think we've all embarked on a journey where technology is sacrosanct, it is all pervasive and in every single sphere of our life. We've recently started with a specialization on data analytics. That is what companies want nowadays, I believe. Having said that, I'm a very strong protagonist of, Web 2.0, the Web 2.0 world, where we are talking about student and faculty engagement. So I very strongly feel that things like blogs, online communities, social media, social networks are the best possible ways to interact with the students of today. The students are very, very interactive. Nowadays, students want to be heard, and the need for self-gratification is pretty high. So allowing them to interact freely on social media, engaging with them there, I think learning is happening automatically. And bringing up the online community culture where you can push peer-to-peer learning, I think that is the fastest modality today. With this, I think I'll pass the mic to my colleague here.
Thank you so much. Sorry, no offense, I didn't mean the
I am
package
not
flow,
offended at all. It is just an observation.
But I only thought that the students are faster than the faculty
enough.
are, and
My students
adapting
are
to the
sitting here, they would love to clap for
technology.
you.
Adapting to the technology,
Yeah.
the students
Yeah.
are always, one up, and they want to challenge the faculty, what we see on the technology side,
Fair enough.
and they adapt
Fair
much
enough.
faster.
Fair enough.
Over to you, sir.
All right, I represent Great Lakes, Gurgaon, and thank you, Business World, for having me here. The moderator had already introduced the topic, and I believe that he covered a lot of material, or at least thought ideas there. As far as technology being used for engaging students, post-COVID, all of us, all business school leaders and faculty have realized that the level of engagement from the student side has become sort of transactional. I don't really understand or probably know what exactly is the reason. Probably the 2 years of, online interactions, lack of peer learning, and so on and so forth. So as I was sharing with another gentleman from TAPME earlier, before COVID, we had a lot of students meeting faculty individually, personally, in small groups, etc. We've seen a downtick in that post-COVID. Faculty have to reach out to students often for them to connect. And so that's one indication where we felt that probably in addition to human touch, we probably also need to leverage technology as a medium, like Dr. Vandana just mentioned. There are so many different platforms on which youngsters are available. They hang out, that's their hanging out place. And as faculty and as business school leaders, there's no point in trying to ignore that. In fact, let's leverage it. And we've done that in our school as much as possible. Whereas we still try to keep the distance between what is professional and what is your personal space, right? So we do not use our platforms for any personal sort of communications. So that's one thing that we're trying to do, writing blogs, as you rightly mentioned. Social media is one amazing platform for students to really react and push forward messages about the school, life on campus, and so on and so forth. So for the way I look at it, the technology usage for engagement is not only for the classroom, it's also for driving club activities, for example, or for driving industry student interaction, or for even our quite famous program called the Karma Yoga program, which is our community outreach and leadership development program. We use a lot of social media and other technology tools to empower students to make that outreach activity more of a learning activity for them, which would not be possible just by human-to-human interaction. The other thing, the last thing that I would like to mention is that as the schools have understood what the industry is requiring from our students better now over the last few years, the introduction of analytics or data science or machine learning, deep learning, NLP, etc., as management courses, right? Not as computer courses. So that journey began almost a decade ago with us, and we sort of pioneered the analytics and management kind of space. But as more and more schools have taken up that, caught up on that space, we are now thinking of reinventing ourselves, and I think less of pure analytics and more of data science and artificial intelligence, generative AI. And I think we've all realized that there's no point in fighting Gen AI. It's more about how do we leverage Gen AI and helping students to understand how to use generative AI in a better way. However, one last thing I'd like to mention is that many of us are really not aware of the energy consumption of Gen AI. We've really not looked at that way. I don't know how many of the students are aware, but the average Gen AI energy usage is 30 times more than Google search. That's a humongous number that we're looking at, but we've not really analyzed it at all. Right now, we are all enamored with the idea of generative AI and all of that. But from a sustainability perspective, it really is not the way forward. At least not until it becomes more cost-effective energy-wise. And, we also mentioned about blockchain. All of us know how much energy that is going to consume, and that already consumes, right? So we are in this age of new technology, but we've also got to keep one eye on the sustainability factor. As previous panel speakers were talking about different schools, sustainability is really the need of the hour, and I think our generation messed it up. Our generation have messed it up, and we leave the burden to the younger managers now for the future to set the record straight. Thank you.
So one question in the same, when you say that the Gen AI or ChatGPT consumes 30 times more energy, as a student or as a novice, I just thought it saves me 30 times more time.
Yeah.
So it kind of sums it up to zero. So.
Yeah, so, like everything else, we give convenience more weightage than the overall impact on the planet, so to say. For example, fast fashion, very convenient for us, but it's totally not done for the environment at large. Similarly is the story with Gen AI, right? It's convenient for us, right? But it's not so good for the...
That's why making so fast inroads, yes. Over to you, Subhi, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Subhi Verma, Director for School of Management, and I'm very grateful to the business world and the fantastic panel sitting alongside me for this, I'm sure about the wonderful session that we're going to have. I think the talk about AI as of now in India is overhyped. Everybody is talking about it, and we are talking about it. In terms of, it is something very similar to what happened with business analytics and data science. Everybody was talking about it, and we started talking about it. The fact of the matter is only 5% of the companies across the world, they use analytics. 20 years back when I was studying at Ahmedabad, we used to take data-driven decisions. That is what we were taught. What has changed? The format of generating that data has changed. The technology of generating that data has changed. But the competency required to analyze and to apply and to create, that remained all the time. So nothing has changed so far. The competencies of the students are concerned. Will you be able to make use of these tools and technology? Make use, to generate better data, a more defined data, a data that enables you to take a decision? Eventually, you will have to take a decision. And I think that's the focus that we seem to be losing when we start overhyping AI. AI is going to take an impact in India only after 10 years. So let's be very clear on this. The problem that I'm trying to emphasize, and this is the problem that all of us as an educator are facing. When you have a chat GPT inside the classroom, a faculty has a choice. Either you discuss the answer that has been given by the chat GPT, or you discuss the answer that I'm going to give to you, right? Now, can I have some kind of a blended approach? When I say, let's analyze that thing first, and I'll tell you why that answer is more important, or my answer is more important. You see, the problem is the competencies that the students need to have is to be critical in their thinking. Understand that chat GPT is just one source of information. And that is not the be-all and the end-all. And our ability as a wisdom is to conceptually flesh it out and then take a call to solve the problem that is current to us. And I think faculty has been, I'm grateful to ma'am for talking about the fact that the faculty has been a rather very quick learner. The only thing that now that we have to learn is how to make our classes more immersive, more practice-based, more industry-focused, so that our competencies align with the evolving need of the industry, which has changed a little bit because of some of the impact that has taken place with regard to technology as a mode of production and technology as a mode of distribution. But our consumption patterns still remain the same, and I think I agree fully well with Professor Jones that we need to be worried about the sustainability aspect. I don't know why we are talking about technology today when our lungs are getting funneled out. We should talk more about the fact that for us in India, it is the environment right now that probably holds us to ransom. Over to you. Thank you, sir.
Sir, yes.
Good afternoon. Thanks to Business World, and I'm very happy to be with wonderful colleagues here on the dais and learned august audience. Very interesting topic is there. Impact of fast changing technology on students and faculty engagement. Now, if I try to interpret it, the focal point of this topic is engagement. Question is, we are asking engagement between whom? Between students and faculty. But why this engagement is being questioned now? Because technology intervention. And what is the nature of technology? That is fast. That's why this topic is very logical and flows in a very good manner, I will say. The construct from English language is also very appropriate. Now let us say, engagement between student and faculty has been a very historic phenomenon. Rather, in Indian culture, when we go to Indian knowledge system, there used to be Guru and Shishya Parampara, and it was called Upanishadic age, where with full Shraddha, Shraddhavan Labhate Jnanam, as Bhagavad Gita says, with Shraddha, students used to sit near the feet of the teachers, and teachers used to give them wisdom. But why this was there and why it is not now? Because teachers used to be 75 years plus, because once you are in sannyas phase, you will become teacher. Not like me, who was 27-year-old, became a teacher. So a teacher, eligibility criteria was you should be 75 years old. Because when you take sannyas, go to Vana, you become a teacher. And who used to be students who are in Brahmacharya ashram, it means up to the age of 25. So gap between teacher and student was so tall that the students used to see the teacher as if someone is sitting at the peak of the Mount Everest. Time has changed. Now many faculty appear like students and many students appear like deans. So this is the situation. And let us accept this. So gap has been reduced. It means now each one has to teach one another. If the students teach faculty, teachers teach students, that is the right kind of situation we have to accept, because sometime on 5th September especially, some teachers ask me, tell me the students are not respecting us. I say students are respecting, but they are finding the right material to respect, not unlike olden days that because you are teacher will be respected. So first question is that every teacher, not only management teacher, either sociology or political science or physics or anthropology, every teacher has to ask a question before engaging with a student that what is my use? When information in old days used to be only with teacher. Information, knowledge and wisdom used to be only with teachers. But now information is with all. And knowledge is more with teacher and less with students. And it is expected that certainly teacher is sitting at the peak of the wisdom. In this changed context, it has become totally democratic. And now technology intervened. Now in this technology age, which is fast changing, we should understand, gone are the days, if you remember, there were 24 Tirthankars in Jainism. And not that one Tirthankar period is over and from the second day, second Tirthankar is taking charge. There used to be long gap between two Tirthankars. What happens in university, vice chancellors or institutes, directors, there is no gap, because if one director is going, he or she is giving charge to another director, no gap. In Tirthankar gap, in case of vice chancellor, no gap. In case of technological fast changing environment, not only there is no gap, there is overlapping. For example, Industry 4.0 discussion is not yet over, and the phase is also not yet over. But Industry 5.0 phase has started, not only started, it has started making inroads into the entire system. Now if you understand this difference, then I'll come to the next round. Industry 4.0 said, in context of student-teacher engagement, that basically the queen bee is technology. How technology can be developed and how technology can lead to advancement of industry, knowledge, society, education. But Industry 5.0 now says that technology enabled development. So technology has become subservient. So in that context, this topic basically itself is into X-1 time zone, because we have already advanced. By the time we actually coined the topic, things have changed. That is the fast changing technology. Industry 5.0 says use technology. Without technology, there is no rescue. Use technology for the sake of greater call of humanity. I mean to say, unless we combine.
If we come back to the faculty and student engagement, and the pivot is around technology, that how do you see the campuses evolving with the onslaught of technology, AI, and what are you feeling in your campus? How is it shaping up the relationships between the faculty? And you started the point that, the students have started respecting only on some parameters. Ma'am had something to add on that respect part, or something else on that.
I wanted to add to the part where we need to accept one thing, that while a couple of earlier generations learned things on the job, our students study technical subjects from class 1 or class 2. I mean, primary education, a 6-year-old knows what the internet is all about, or a 5-year-old, maybe I'm wrong, maybe a 4-year-old now knows what the internet is all about. I still remember 12 or 14 years back, I asked a couple of my students, how many hours do you spend on the internet? And their answer shocked me. It was about 9 to 12 hours a day. I mean, I couldn't figure out what they were doing online. I mean, those many hours. But then the minute COVID period came, whatever they were saying was regularized. I mean, they were normal, we were the not so normal ones. So this is one part. Second part is, when we talk about students, sir was talking about the scenario where initially access to information was available only with faculty. Now students have access to every single thing. So there is a very thin line between what you actually teach in class.
Actually, I wanted to raise a scenario question on the same, and from the faculty side, that with the onslaught of AI, and especially when you have started the gamification, and then you have Mentimeters in the class, and we have all allowed use of telephones and mobile phones in the classes, I don't know.
And laptops.
And laptops. So with the gamification and with the Mentimeters, one is the concentration issue faced in the class. The second is that as soon as you start teaching and you start presenting, your own knowledge is being checked and being questioned, because somebody has done the Gen AI and has figured out what presentation is going to come from there, and then are you on top of it, or are you bringing to the class more than what the Gen AI or any ChatGPT has brought?
The catch here is, if you read actually what ChatGPT has created, is it always correct? I mean, the contextual element is absolutely lost, and some content is created. As a faculty, when we teach in class, our responses have a context. We know what the student was actually asking, or what was the conversation happening prior to this. So that is missing in the responses given by ChatGPT, right? This is one part of it. But what we need to actually worry about is this, killing the creativity of the students, right? And then the next question is democracy. Allowing the students to be democratic is fine. We do that all the time. Students want to speak a lot, we let them speak. At the end of the day, we need to remember that companies will want go-getters, and mollycoddling any students or allowing them to speak a lot and appreciating them even when their work is not very great will not help us in any way. So that element of respect which was there probably 30 years back may or may not be there today. At the end of the day, mature students still accept that, the gap between the faculty and the student, while going down, eventually a faculty will remain a faculty, a student will remain a student. We are willing to learn from students because, like sir said, by the time something gets published, it's already, at times it's obsolete, something new has come in. And if a student is a little more tech savvy, he may be able to, complete a task faster at times, right? So we are willing to learn from students, but then yes, what we need to actually accept is technology is just an enabler, and the content that is created, if you read every word of it, you will realize that the context is missing. The answer is there, may be correct.
Dr. Matthew, I mean, you have call on that? I mean, how is your engagement with the students now?
See, the way I look at generative AI or any of these technologies, that it's excellent for students to have a base level of something to work on, right? So for example, even as a researcher, we spend a lot of time figuring out hypotheses and stuff like that. So for young students, instead of spending a lot of time doing background research, they can get a first cut of whatever they want to look at. And as faculty, I think one of our biggest challenges is how do you get the students to go beyond the first cut? So whatever is the standardized Gen AI outcome, as a faculty, how do you encourage them to add more value, identify what is right, what is wrong, what can be improved? And I think, as Dr. Subir mentioned, not a large number of companies even today use AI. It may happen in the near future, but they all seem to want students to have this skill to prepare them their own, organizations. So when we look at my school, when we look at this, we have a lot of open book exams, right? In fact, as I mentioned, Gen AI is allowed, right? And when the faculty is designing the question is designed in a manner so that we are able to stratify students into 3 categories: average, good, and really, above the line. So, and that depends a lot on whether they are using ChatGPT just for the base level and it's like copy paste, or are they really using some reflection, some deeper analysis? And I think that's the fear that I have. If we just let it go uncontrolled, we will have a generation of people who may not be really using our human capacity to reflect, contextualize, and dig deep into problems. And if we just let it be driven by ChatGPT, we have a huge problem coming up in the next few years.
Yeah, my question, was primarily to understand that has it led to copy paste and presentation with more animation, or are we making shallow managers, or are we really? Is this technology leading them to just think that the AI knowledge is their own knowledge? Let Dr. Subir get in here.
I think Professor Jones has really expressed it very well. If I see from the engagement point of view, that's what I think you're trying to drive home at. The fact of the matter is the screen time of the students have gone up. Students are involved watching their mobile right inside the classroom. And that is now has become a biggest challenge for a faculty. What do we do? And they have come to us asking this question: the students use mobile, what do we do? The thing is, my typical response is that maybe you're not engaging them enough. If you move away from the mode of just purely teaching to the mode of enhancing their learning, this usage of mobile will not become disruptive. So how can we align our teaching to the reality, which is a reality that is also at home, I'm sure at a lot of us our home, when our children spend more time on the screen than with us, as compared to what we used to do earlier when we were children. What do? Do we leave our children just like that? Or do we try to engage them? And so we need to understand the psychology of the student more in terms of how can they find my interaction with them as a teacher more engaging, and I use the word more immersive, and more application and industry oriented. Why should a student listen to a faculty? That's a fundamental question that we need to all ask. Why should a student need to listen to a faculty who is spouting an information that is already there, and maybe by a person more profound in terms of the learning and the accomplishment? But then if I'm, let us say, an interlocutor, this is where the faculty has to come to over there. I'm an interlocutor between what is there and what you have as of now. And can I make you a more critical thinker than what you were earlier? If I can do that, I'm actually creating a generation which probably will be understanding technology in a much better and more useful way than what we would have imagined.
So, Dr. Singh, but the question still haunts me is that with the use of technology, are we bringing in these skills which we wanted to embed in a prospective manager of critical thinking, go-getter, and entrepreneurial skills. Is this helping or this in the journey of our management schools transition period, it is still cut-paste, it is still adding value, making presentation, overriding, how are you getting marks, better presentation than the others, seeing, what has technology led to, and are we adding value in our system through this technology usage, and especially AI nowadays, because this seems to be the buzzword, and this seems to be haunting us all, how to tackle this.
Fine. So question is that in the process of engagement of faculty and students, technology has also come as the third factor, creating a triangle. Say student, faculty and technology. I will talk something very basic. Number one, ati sarvatra varjayet. A very golden maxim is there. Excess of everything is bad. Earlier days, only BTech students used to know technology, let us say, because degree leads BTech. And sociology student would say, what I have to do with that? But no, now art student, painters, singers, they need to know technology. Today there is a society where a science student with artistic mind and art student with scientific pursuit will only be worthy for the society. Now when technology has come into and applying the maxim of Ati Sarvatra Varjayet, let me say few basic dictates. Students are not allowed, I am saying, Pawan Kumar Singh is saying, students should not be allowed to go, forget about AI and chat GPT, students should not be allowed to surf internet Google unless he or she has studied 10 printed pages on that matter. Whatever is printed, it may be a bit outdated, no problem. And faculty is not allowed to surf internet Google unless he or she has studied 20 pages. What happens when you search internet at the first go? You do not search internet. Internet searches you. Internet is searching you, isn't it? And when you actually know the base what you have to search for, and then the base, you search the relevant material. In this case, what is happening? The technology is for a technocrat, technology is the central point. But for all students, say financial management or even art or science or commerce or engineering, technology is a good servant but a bad master. For example, a faculty, if light is off and I am using, say, PowerPoint, I should not be off. That is the over-dependence on technology. I have seen faculty becoming off when power is off. Your power should be in the faculty, not in the PowerPoint. That I am saying. So, faculty has to fully use technology, students have to fully use technology, engagement process has to fully use technology, but as it is defined in old Shastra, that a creative person is one who can accomplish a task in multiple ways. My question to faculty is that, can you teach the same topic in 5 different ways, actually fetching the same meaning, same purpose, but process is different? Sometimes using technology heavily, sometimes little use of technology, sometimes no technology. I always define a faculty who is effective that in a desert where nothing is available, you are standing and speaking, can you make a verbal painting of the whole thing without showing the PowerPoint or something like that? So, in this way I understand technology should be respected with capital R. Please, technology has to be respected, but anything that is respected, it has a due place. So in the process of engagement, technology is a great enabler. You imagine any field, right from agriculture to, let us say, spacecraft, to defense forces, where we can deny it in technology. So in this process of engagement, faculty students must discuss that all the sectors of economy, society, even political science, now political science, sociology is full of technology. So technology has to be respected, and in this engagement, we should know how to use it, when to use it, and how much to use it. And we should also know when not to use it and how much not to use it. So this is my take on this point.
Sir, I just want to say something over here. Sir has already talked about it, Dr. Pawan Singh. I think one of the biggest leveler of this technological change has been that PowerPoint as a mode of instruction has gone out of the window. All right? No student today wants to look beyond 2 or 3 slides. And that is now a challenge to faculty. who do not understand the Guru-Shishya methodology of teaching. They never had what Dr. Pawan Singh was talking about. They never had all this apparatus. Yet they would capture the crowd and they would deliver to them. And that is the ability that a faculty now needs to have. So maybe I think the time of PowerPoint is gone. I remember Dr. Pritam Singh who used to say, power corrupts and PowerPoint corrupts absolutely.
So I have one more question. In this technology-enabled and somehow, my daughter went to Columbia Business School, and there everybody, she just finished last year, and then she said everybody had imbibed AI and more technology, and she didn't read a single paper on print and paper. So every content is delivered online, or there is reading. So if we are aping the West, or if we are, following what is being done over there, the challenges being faced in our kind of business schools is that there is one set of students who are coming from BCom and BBA background and not so technology savvy, and the other is coming from a BTech and computer science background, and having them in the same class of financial analysis, do you face challenges, and how do you handle those challenges?
Earlier, the traditional method was to have bridge courses for those students. But nowadays, considering these schools don't have that kind of time, so having short-term workshops helps the students who do not have a background with technology. Having said that, I will, probably digress a little from this question and go back to what was said earlier. The biggest challenge which, all of us are facing nowadays is that earlier, imbibing education was about memorizing. Lately, it is becoming about data retrieval, right? Students are very fast data retrievers, and that is not the purpose of education that we are giving. So, somewhere I would like to endorse the point that usage of internet should go down, and the creativity element should, be emphasized, and that is what will.
Amit, same as that, do you want to still remember the phone numbers of people?
No,
it's still data. I mean, we would say that we could remember the phone numbers. At our time, I had 100 phone numbers which I remembered by heart, but now I don't. And is that what we really want to go to?
Concepts, but
Different is right now there in your room.
yes.
As a reference of internet.
And even I was talking about Mentimeter. So to ask students, if you take an opinion poll, or if you take how many students endorse a particular viewpoint, it is being democratic, yes. But then somewhere beyond a point, are we, the purpose of education, a concept is a concept, right? So we need to memorize that. So there's a difference between a knowledge-based concept and a phone number, right? So that we still need to memorize, but the way we are moving forward, somewhere the focus on data retrieval is a little more than actually committing things to memory.
So,
I think
Dr. Jones, the last and final question from my side, and we can have one question from the audience also, is with so much of technology now embedded into the management education, and we do try to do most of the classes on tools and excessive use of tools, how do you see you going forward doing your evaluation? Is it going to be more online? Is it going to be more computer-based? Especially when we see that the cheating and ethics issues in the online are kind of unsolvable at this point in time. So.
Very valid question, and something which is very troubling for all of us is that with the advent of all these online examination systems, etc., the level of UMC or unfair means cases is shooting through the roof. In fact, we are struggling with that as well. And our penalties for internet-based examination unfair means committees is extremely harsh. For example, even if it's a 5-mark quiz and you are caught in an internet scam, I mean, when I say scam, I mean you open something else which you're not supposed to open, you get an F for the whole course, even if it's a 5-mark quiz. So we've gone that heavy on trying to control this, but let me also sadly say that it has not stopped. It continues. People are taking that risk even now. So what we have understood is that it has to be, so there are now systems where you proctor examinations, etc. So the system automatically shuts down if you move away from the screen, right? So that's what we have now adopted. Despite a lot of explanations to students about the cost of unfair means adoption in these examinations, there are always these mavericks and adventure seekers and who will then later come on and express their regret about everything. But in the moment they will do all of this. So will we be able to completely eliminate it? I doubt it. My point is that we could explore opportunities or technologies to reduce this as much as possible. And sometimes, in fact, we've had a discussion, should we go back to pen and paper?
So I had a professor from Johns Hopkins University last week, and they said, all this technology being used in teaching, it says 50% of our professors, and their entire teaching is on computer-based learning, and 50% of our teachers have now gone back to paper and pencil examination. So is technology helping the cause? And especially in the business schools of teaching and learning, are we there? We'll quickly, he told us it's final time. We can have 30 seconds from each one of you for a final comment, ma'am. We can start from there.
So my final take on this engagement issue is that we must ask question in the system where the students are spending time, say 2 years MBA program, and I'm focused on MBA now. So where they're spending time when they don't get time to prepare for exam and they have to go to ChatGPT and cheat from there, cheat. So what is happening? That is the problem. Second point is that when we use technology, even in the case of examination, is an enabler. And in IIM Tiruchirappalli also we have discussed this issue, and just next week we are going to have a written documented policy that how further we will enhance the kind of, say, punishment for this kind of act. So we have to be very careful on this dimension, and technology which could have been highly useful for us, we are taking the wrong side of the coin. That is unfortunate. That I have to add to that point.
Subhi sir.
I think I said the technology is there. It's an elephant in the room. Thing is, how do we master it? How do we make use of it? How do we make students learn better? The challenge for us in order to engage with our students is that as a faculty, we need to move out from the comfort zone of just teaching and showing PowerPoint to creating simulations, creating games, making classes more immersive, making classes more practice-based, bringing in industry focus in whatever we are teaching. So I would say that faculty needs to become much more humble with the fact that today they are not the font of all knowledge that is there or all wisdom that is there. And their job is just to enable the recipients ask better questions. And if faculty is able to do that, I think we're all done.
Lastly, I would like to just mention that technology, like everything else, has a good side and a bad side. We focused a lot on the bad side because we are concerned, we are worried about which direction this could take if we don't put the right things in place. But I think, as Dr. Subir also mentioned and Dr. Singh mentioned, there's a lot of responsibility on the faculty to step out of their comfort zone, stop being the fount of all knowledge, and so on and so forth. Also to sensitize students to the impact of depending too much on a particular technology on their overall growth as a human being, as a corporate employee, and basically personal success. Right? There's a limit to which you will be able to go as students depending on all of these technologies. Ultimately, people will reward you for your own creativity, reflective powers, ability to contextualize things, and come up with solutions like a consultant. All of that cannot be done only by AI, but it's a great enabler.
Thank you. I agree with all the panelists here, and thanks to you. It has been a very interesting discussion. Just 2 lines here. We are in an era where after the advent of ChatGPT, there are workshops available for students which teach them how to ask, putting the right question in ChatGPT. The language of the question As you change the language of the question, the answer changes or the quality of answer changes. So there are workshops available which are teaching students how to use the right string of words when putting in a query in ChatGPT, which will give a particular category of answer. Because we were talking about, phase one or, the base level answer or something. So the relevant choice of words will change the level or quality of answer. These are the kind of workshops that are available for students right now. So it is a huge challenge for business schools to stay ahead, to remain contemporary. Having said that, I think the answer lies in a good combination of traditional methods and using a good mix of technology. Over to the moderator.
Yeah. At Doing Business School, we tried, we made a statement that we want to be ahead of the curve in the AI adoption with each faculty, and we tried doing that in each course, and we added a unit 6 in each course, use of AI in the course, whatever we have taught. I mean, there were 5 units, we added a unit 6, and we started a, AI-based, also some test at the end of the paper. We had a lot of, prizes being given to the faculty that who is the most innovative in using AI in the classes, and we were shocked, and we were really stunned that all of us and so many of us, like I teach finance, and in financial analysis we've been teaching ratio analysis and how do you analyze a balance sheet and how do you make those projections, and use of Power BI or use of cloud AI, all that what we teach in the entire 2 semesters or a 6 credit comes to you in 2 minutes. And we do not know where to take it forward, because how much of analysis and how much of shallow learning is happening and how much of core learning is happening is yet to be discovered. We are still in the phase when we are discovering every day, learning new things. I can have a last question from the students. We see some students also here. If any student wants to ask any question around how do you feel, the best way to learn for you, and how your engagements are going on with faculty after, what do you enjoy the technology or anything around that? Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So, since the topic is fast-changing technology on students and faculty management, so my question is, how can we prioritize our own professional development in relation to technological development? Companies are asking for ChatGPT experts these days instead of SEOs. So how can we prioritize our professional development in relation to technological development? Thank you.
Any one of you want to answer?
I'll just add 1 or 2 points. You see, it is all swallowing. When you want to take roti or chawal, you have a quantity, isn't it? Now, if technology is taken too much and your overall development is subservient to that, things will go haywire. That is point number 1. Point number 2, बासी रोटी आप पसंद करते हैं कि ताजा रोटी? आंसर है ताजा रोटी. ताजा रोटी means reflection, shravan, manan, nididhyasana, when there is time to actually ponder over and establish within the quintessential essence of the wisdom. So your personality development, your overall development as a world citizen is the number 1 requirement. Technology is helping that, so there is no tug of war. So in that context, use technology to develop yourself. That is my take.
Okay, let's conclude. I think for the faculty and for management schools, for the research, this is a food for thought. This is a topic of the year at least. The ethics in AI. I mean, that's what the corporate are all talking about. Use of AI in their business and how is the ethical use can be done. Also on the regulation front, I think there are a lot of researchers, and the government and the business schools need to work together on figuring out that how do we regulate and how do we bring in the regulations in. And I hope once the research papers churn out, we will see some rules also being framed by the government around it. And I hope the technology will bring the best out of us, and we'll be faster, leaner, and more effective producers of managers of tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. It was a wonderful talking to you all. It was a great.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and most of them are moderating that. A group picture, please. Thank you. And with that, our next panel discussion, it's on how are B schools making an impact in society and local ecosystems, or are they islands in their very own selves? And to share their views on the same, let's please welcome on stage our panelists. Up first, Dr. S.C. Sharma, Senior Director, ICFI Business School, IBS, Gurgaon. Joining sir is Dr. Surendra Rao Kamera, Dean, IIM, Amritsar. Joining them is Rupal W. Sharma, Chairperson, PG, PGM, and Head, Delhi Campus, SPJIMR. And this session will be moderated by Mayank Padwar, Senior Correspondent, BW Business World. Let's please welcome everybody. आपकी जोरदार तालियों के साथ. What happened to all the Josh of yours? Where did it go? Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you all in this thought-provoking panel discussion. So, as we all know, business schools have been the centers of academic excellence. But the question is, are these institutes doing enough to contribute towards the local communities? So, without any delay, I would like all the panelists to start with their introduction.
I have already introduced myself in the morning session, but to summarize it, I have been director ICFI Business School, Gurgaon for the last 10 years. Secondly, for 17 years, I was executive director of a very large financial institution called UPCO Housing and Urban Development Corporation. For 7 years, I was a professor of economics, teaching young selected IAS officers at Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Mussoorie, where I trained more than 1100 IAS officers and thousands of other civil service officers. Apart from that, I have been economic advisor, Steel Authority of India, working with the great Indian who was the first chairman of Maruti, first chairman of BHEL, and he was chairman IMA, IMB, IMC, Dr. V. Krishnamurthy. I was his economic advisor. So I had the good fortune of working with the very best that India has produced and who have contributed richly to different dimensions of our development process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayank. My name is Surendra. I am from the Indian Institute of Management, Amritsar. It's a 10-year-old institute of national importance, started in 2015, and we are entering into the second decade. I basically teach the finance courses, but I also serve the institute as the dean. Okay. Yeah, that's precisely all about me. Thank you. Dr. Rupal.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rupal Sharma. I'm currently heading the Delhi campus of SPJIMR Mumbai, and I'm the chairperson of PGPGM, which is the executive MBA program at the institute. I have about 30 years of work experience almost by now, of which about 20 have been in academics and the first decade in the corporate sector. I'm a professor in the area of marketing and design thinking.
So without any delay, I would like to start with my first question. So B schools are often seen as isolated academic entities. So do you believe, is there enough emphasis on creating social value within the curriculum, or do you believe there's more to be done? So we'll start with Professor Sharma.
Thank you very much. I, being a part of the ICFI Business School, will speak only about my institution. Now, the starting point of this institution from the very beginning has been, right from 1995, that we are a practice-oriented, application-based business school. Classroom is only one dimension for teaching and learning. Classroom is not the be-all and the end-all. It is the starting point. So a student has to learn in the corridor. A student has to learn in the handouts, in the cafeteria. The student has to learn through peer-to-peer learning. The student has to learn not from the domain-specific professors alone. Professors can contribute up to a point. This point I made in the morning also. I have learned very little. I want to tell very clearly. Some of you might get offended. Kindly forgive me. I have learned very little from professors. I have studied in USA, in one of the best universities, Pennsylvania. And I have studied in Bath University, England. And I have studied at almost minimum 24 institutions in my own country, you see. Starting with Institute of Economic Growth, Delhi University, which is the lead institution in the area of research. I have learned most from the best of the minds who are actually operating the levers of policy. So in the civil service, for example, this subject of societal concerns is very important. And it was supposed to be the domain only for civil service officers, as if the country has to be taken forward only by IAS, IRS, IPS, and so on and so forth. That is not the case. For example, I want to share with you, at that time we were not knowing that such a conference is going to come up. The latest issue, which was released only day before yesterday of our in-house journal, is talking on ESG in emerging markets. Now, ESG is your subject, the social concerns, you know. So, it all depends upon where your heart lies. Earlier, it was considered that a corporate manager, his role is only to maximize sales and maximize revenue or maximize profitability. But today's manager is supposed to be an all-rounder. Today's manager has to be sensitive to social concerns, with the result that at ICFI business schools, we are having 26 clubs. 26 clubs, I have the list with me. One of the clubs is, for example, Aravalli is under threat, Aravalli Mountains. It is one of the most ancient mountains in the world that is under threat by the builders and by the people who are encroaching into the forest land, etc. Our students are a part of a group which has been set up in Faridabad, and they are going regularly through the journey they are making to the Aravalli area and reporting back as to how these builders are building or violating various laws, bylaws, etc. Likewise, we have Community Connect Club, where food has been reached to victims in Kerala. Kerala floods took place, our boys and girls donated money. They donated used clothes. They donated all kinds of things, and they were reached to Kerala victims. So likewise, our students are visiting hospitals, wherever they want to connect with the senior people, giving them a feeling. They can't do much about it. Somebody is suffering. There are blood camps. They are donating blood to people under different adverse circumstances. So these are the kind of initiatives we are trying to take. Idea is go beyond the syllabus, go beyond the textbook, go beyond the classroom. Think of life and understand life by observation through unstructured situations. See how best you can develop a critical mind, strategic thinking to be of relevance not only to your employer but to your neighborhood. I have been telling, go to resident welfare associations, RWAs, on Sunday. Talk to the people, talk to the members as to how you can be useful in terms of anything you see. So these are some of the ways I thought we are trying to imbibe the social concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Specifically at IIM Amritsar, we are Punjab-based institute. Of course, it's a national institute. As you know, there are 20 plus IIMs, and every IIM has, a mandate to contribute to the local, ecosystem. Particularly in Punjab, close to the 1.78 lakhs of MSME, activities are there. In fact, Punjab industrial growth, crucially comes from the MSME sector. So we, like Professor Srivastava mentioned in the panel one, we also have what we call it as a social impact program. So every full-time student, every MBA student is expected to, carry out the social impact project. This is part of our curriculum. So where the student is expected to work with we do have the collaboration with the local FICCI and CII, where we have the list of MSMEs, where the students, collaborate or work, simultaneously when they are attending the classes, they do work. By the end of the two years, these students, of course, they do take the help or mentorship from the faculty members, and faculty members are incentivized to help the students, if a particular student chooses to work with one particular MSME, so they do take the mentorship from the concerned faculty members, and they do work and complete a social impact project. And that's a compulsory project that they need to complete by the time they complete the trimester 6. So this is one of the initiatives, and we made it as part of the MBA curriculum. And this is, currently we are not giving any credit, but this is a kind of a, whether completed or not completed, a degree granting, exercise. Okay, so this is one of the aspects that we are doing as an institute as part of the main program curriculum. Of course, we do have the certain initiatives. We started in 2021. Specifically focusing on the MSME. We run an international MSME conference in collaboration with the University of Maryland. In January 2025, we will be having the 4th edition of it. We started in 2021, where we encourage the researchers all over the world, to come and, discuss on on various themes, particularly focusing on the MSME sector. Okay, these are the couple of initiatives, we do have, to contribute to the local ecosystem. Thank you.
Yeah, so I like to start a little broad and then I'll come to my institute. I think today most management schools have recognized the importance of relevance to society and building managers who are sensitive to the environment around them, and I think my colleagues here have also talked about that. At SPJIMR, at its very heart, has held social responsibility and social sensitivity very closely, and it's a very important pillar. In our mission itself, we say that we are looking at encouraging value-based growth. So for more than 30 years, actually, our students have been doing internships with NGOs. They spend 5 to 6 weeks with the NGO looking at applying management principles in unstructured environments. It's a big learning experience for them, and it also contributes, we hope, to some solutions with the NGO. So that is one, and this is a credited activity. In addition to that, we have a program called Abhyudaya, where each of our students in the first year in the PGDM programs, each of the students mentors an underprivileged child from the K-Ward area in Andheri, where the main campus is located in Mumbai. There's a one-on-one mentorship which benefits both the Sitara, as the underprivileged children are called, and our students, because our students get to see another reality of life which they have not. Most of us have pretty privileged lives. So they learn, and the Sitaras are also getting benefited in that sense. So that is another of a very important initiative that we have been doing for many years. Besides that, in the curriculum, there are a lot of courses. See, what is it that we need to do? We need to build empathy first, curiosity about things that you don't know, but about also understanding that there are other realities around you. So empathy, curiosity, and resilience, to be able to manage in very different circumstances, even when the circumstances are not what you're used to doing. So in order to get this done, so we have a number of courses. We have design thinking, which looks at user-centric solutioning and understanding the user's point of view and applying innovative ideas to that. In conjunction with that, we have courses on systems thinking, because no solution, whether in the social area or in the corporate area, exists in isolation, right? We live as a part of a larger ecosystem, and how do you connect the dots and look at implications of any one solution and the other? Then we have courses on ESG and sustainability, on corporate governance and ethics. And also, very important, again, to SPJMR is the science of spirituality, which is really about balancing your EQ and understanding your place in the larger scheme of things. So, and all of those are credited within the curriculum. So I think the curriculum is getting sufficient notice on this. We just need to see as we go along how we can make it adapt to the VUCA environment in which we are living, and as the environment around us changes, we may tweak that, but the emphasis is very much there.
So how do you ensure that your programs strike a balance between delivering quality business education and instilling social responsibility within your students?
This concept of quality education first. Quality education primarily means whether you are producing a student with the skills, attitude, and orientation to look at the things in more than one way. Because life cannot be standardized, life cannot be formalized to the extent that you can convert everything into certain standards. Life is all moving, you see, and it is fluid. Therefore, our students should have the capability to understand the context, to understand the environment in which something has to be implemented, and what impact will it have at the level of the company, at the level of the department, at the level of the section, and so on and so forth. So quality education requires high quality faculty, number one, as was mentioned in the morning session, high quality faculty, and a student who is committed to lifelong learning. Actually, if I can pass on this single characteristic, that students should be willing to learn all the time, from every situation, from failure, from success, from being left out of a meeting. For example, I have seen cases where, supposing somebody is a wonderful participant in decision making, but just because the boss has kept him out of one meeting, the man has become very bitter. And not only you have left him out as a resource, but he can become a big disruptor, you see. So the question is, are we producing this kind of student? People are very good as long as you agree with them. As long as you say yes to them, they are very good, very positive, very helpful, contributing richly. Moment you say no, They do not know how to take no. So I have been telling the students, please learn to take no. Also, in the same spirit as you are taking yes. Therefore, this is all quality education and social concerns. How do we prepare them? As has been mentioned by all my colleagues on the panel, it is a lifelong process. It cannot be just turned off or on, you see. So they have to pass through the life, they have to handle situation. Not everybody is equally sensitive. It all varies from individual to individual. So for example, on the way you are going and you come across an accident, 90% cars are flying, you know, but somebody will stop. Now, how this man has been differentiated from the rest of the crowd, we cannot say that the business school will contribute in such a manner. But yes, it is the role of a business school or any school to make the students sensitive. But again, the capacity to become sensitive, etc., is embedded in their DNA. And that DNA is a very, very complicated process to undertake transformation. Thank you.
Yes, to answer the specifically your question that, how do we strike the balance between the quality management education and the social initiatives and make the people, So, we are in the discussions, we are trying to understand or implement, this idea of, service-based learning. It's not the experiential learning. It's more about the service-based learning, because we need to understand students who come to us do have the expectations. Their objective is to get the jobs in the the multinational companies. And their incentives are not rightly aligned with the because you can't expect a student to go and work with the or help the an NGO. So in order to strike the proper balance between the quality education and the social concern, instilling the social concerns in the students, we are embracing this idea of service-based learning, where going back to the we have taken this conscious decision of differentiating ourselves as a as IIM. We are taking the decision to work with the MSMEs. That's what we wanted to differentiate. So this idea of service-based learning is not whatever the student learns. If a student specializing in the marketing, he works with a couple of MSMEs and try to understand their marketing strategies and and try to prepare a project or a report where he will make a the impactful suggestions to those MSMEs. Okay, about the what are the changes they possibly need to do, what kind of tweaking in their strategies that they can do so that they can be more effective. Okay, so this helps them to implement to understand whatever they study in the classrooms, and at the same time be conscious of working with the small enterprises in and around the not only in Punjab, because students who come from all over the world, they can choose an MSME, that is there, from there. If the student is from Allahabad, an MSME, that they can, align with. Okay, so this is what we are consciously, making an effort, that's the idea of this, pushing this service-based, learning, to address, this particular concern. Thank you.
So I have a different take. I don't actually agree with the question. How do you balance quality education with social responsibility? I think quality management education has to include social responsibility. So balancing is very much a part of it. It has to be a part of it, and if it's not, there is something wrong. We have to build managers who care, who understand that their business is not only about profit, that the people and planet aspects need to be looked at. And if you're not aware of the things around you, and if you don't think about it, then you're not going to do anything about it. So making them aware, making them think about it is very much part of the quality education, and that cannot be done only by giving courses. Of course, working on projects, working with different stakeholders does help. also having conversations around it, raising issues in class. So whether I'm teaching a marketing course or my colleagues are teaching supply chain courses or somebody's teaching a financial management course, you have to bring in the issues of what our decisions are going to, how our decisions are going to impact the larger ecosystem. Are there any ethical or governance concern? Are there any ESG related issues? Are we complying with the sustainable development goals? Today, not only management schools, even corporates are very, very aware and very conscious about what they are doing, whether it is diversity, inclusion, whether it is sustainability issues. So it is very much a part of developing the skills and the conceptual knowledge that you need to work in the ecosystem today. And at SPJIMR, we are very focused now on looking at wise innovation at scale. And what do we mean by saying wise? We mean innovation, of course, which solves problem and for the corporate sector generates profits, but also innovation which is contributing to society positively, looking at the people and the planet aspect in which we live. And that runs through all our courses, it runs through our discussions, it runs through the kind of people we invite on campus to share experiences with students. And going by the feedback that we receive, I think to a large extent this has worked. In fact, not only for students, but even for faculty and staff, because when there is constant conversation around this, then you also become more involved in it.
So my next question is particularly for Dr. Rao, because my roots are from Amritsar and I know a lot can be done within the local communities there. So sir, can you highlight some specific initiatives where B schools have partnered with local startups to foster innovation and job creation?
Right. See, actually, I understand, most of you are here, and I'm sure that most of the B schools do offer the management development programs, and particularly the management development program that are offered by the IIMs are a little expensive, not in the reach of the MSMEs to send, see, an MSME which has a turnover of, let's say, 4 crores, 5 crores, it's a turnover, the bottom line is, maybe the, 0.5 crore, 50 lakhs, sending a couple of their executives to the IIM for a training program or capacity building program is often a challenging activity for them. So in order to make the programs affordable, to the local enterprise, and, because we wanted to add to their capacity building activities, particularly in the areas of supply chain management, digital marketing, and the financial management, leadership, so, and, how do they implement because these are the recognized MSMEs, but, they still run the, a traditional way, their organization, how do they implement the better management practices? For example, there is evidence that if an MSME has a digital presence, their access to the finance will be, better. So there is an evidence that the MSMEs that have that have the digital presence, a website where they will upload, their financials, their audited, the CA audited reports, their access to the farmer sources of finances are higher, of course, which help them to expand their activities and thereby the engagement, So, so how do we make them to aware of the better management practices? So we are deliberately, we are designing the programs that are affordable to these guys, of course we do offer the programs to the big corporates, but we do offer the specific, the short duration or long duration programs to help the capacity building activities, or to essentially, help these MSMEs to improvise their practices, okay, in accessing the finance. If an MSME which is in need of a loan, how do we write a project proposal? Okay, so train them in those activities. So we are designing the programs that are affordable to these MSMEs. Okay, and of course for that we also, getting some kind of a, support from the local FICCI and CII. They are sponsoring some part of the fee, that we charge. And we do have the, collaboration with the Ministry of MSME, and they do subsidize some of our programs. So whereas participants comes from the local MSMEs, and, we are helping them, to develop their capacities so that they will become a little more innovative, and, they will be able to access the finance at the better terms and in the better ways. So this will help them to expand and run their organizations in a more effectively, and that thereby also creates the employment activities. Okay, these are some of the conscious efforts, that we are making in this, arena.
May I add a little bit to this? So we have a program for NGOs, people working in NGOs, people working in corporates in the CSR area. It's called PG, Postgraduate Program in Development Management. And so therefore we are saying that not only are we raising managers for corporates, we are also giving management education to the social sector or people working in the social sector where we feel it can be really impactful. So that is one level of training that we do. You mentioned startups. We have an accelerator where we are looking at also encouraging startups which are working in areas which can create positive social impact. And we also recently started Sashakt, which is a 3-month program where we would be looking at micro enterprises from, again, underprivileged areas, helping them get basics of management right so they can, get their business up and running and scale it up later. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
What are your thoughts, Dr. Sharma, on this?
Well, I think we have entered into MOU with several NGOs, and it is a continuous process. Our students visit some of the project areas and work with the communities along with the NGO. So NGO provides the continuity and our students come and go, just basically for exposure and also for putting energies in a systematic manner, you see. So quite a few NGOs, I have the list with me. We are in regular touch. They are visiting our institution. We are visiting them. Along with them, we go to the communities and share their concerns, be of use to them. Basically, be of use to them. If we treat the community or the project or the problem only for sightseeing, they get irritated. So we have to add value to whatever the station of life they are at present.
Okay. So, sir, in your experience, what are some of the challenges in integrating local ecosystem within the curriculum, and how can business schools overcome them to create better connections with the local community?
You see, there are two aspects of your question. One is that how do we incorporate the social concerns or societal concerns or local concerns into the syllabus. Syllabus setting is a very big exercise, and of course you can add 1 or 2 subjects here and there. So we'll keep these syllabus setting, I will say, independent of these concerns, you see. Now the second is how can we have to be useful to wherever we are visiting. If they perceive us to be useful, then we are welcome. But if we think that we will just go to take some photographs which can be used in seminars like this, then the communities and the society will keep us at arm's length, Or at best they can just be receptive to us in a formal manner. We will not be adding any value, and therefore it is very necessary that our intentions are good, our intentions are simple, and our intentions are to be of use to the community. Thank you.
There are the challenges. You need to, we are all the faculty members. You see, I am interested, as a faculty member to publish in the reasonably good journal. There is a misalignment of interests. Particularly, the idea is that a local enterprise need an advice for example, on their marketing strategy or the supply chain management, whereas the faculty is more interested in the strategic, long-term strategic research where he can publish. The issue is that how do we align these interests? Because currently there is a misalignment, and particularly when it comes to the curriculum, see, let's say if I teach a corporate valuation course, my student, given the number of hours of classroom teaching hours, we need to make them prepare, we need to prepare them, on par with any student coming from any other B school in India or across the world. The issue is that, there are some expectations from the curriculum, because these guys need to be employable in the MNCs. So there are some rigidities, involved in the curriculum. So the ideas could be, there are a lot of ideas are being floated around, and we are continuously discussing whether we can have the local advisory, board from the local enterprises and the FICCI members, CII members as an advisory board, they are also be invited in some of the meetings of our board of studies where, the discussions can take place, where we can tweak, okay, so that, we can integrate. So there are the misalignment, but at the same time, maybe the management or the institution wise, we need to make the conscious efforts, okay, so in order to, address this. The social impact we cannot view as a social service, is a non-profitable service. We need to look at as the, a viable business proposition. Okay, from that perspective, for the students, you have a first-hand experience to implement what you are learning, and for the institution, because you already know that in the beginning, in the opening remarks, the chief editor has mentioned that all the new IIMs are, we need to run financially, we need to be financially viable. We cannot do a social service, but at the same time, we need to consider, we need to consider these social initiatives as a viable proposition. So we are looking at the ways and means, so that there is a takeaway for the institutions and takeaway for the students, and it helps the local enterprise. So that's the idea here.
So when you speak about connecting to the ecosystem, I think the way to do it is through collaborations, right? You spoke about having constraints on time and constraints on objectives. So you work with partners in the area. You bring your strength to the field, and through networking, through collaborations, we can create a better impact and also pull in connect to everybody around. So we work with more than 300 plus NGOs. We've had a relationship with them for many years. We also work with corporates and in their CSR wins, and we say how we can add value to them. The other area you spoke about research, so we're also encouraging faculty to research in this area more in terms of social responsibility in business decisions or management inputs for social sector. So there is a publication where we are creating knowledge and distributing knowledge. I'll give you an example. So in the design thinking course, typically, we do projects around, we tell them to take either a corporate business problem, which is relatively unstructured, or a social problem. So last year we decided to make it very concrete and real. So we said you go out to the K ward, which is a slum area, go and observe and see what are the problems there or challenges which you can find, come back, work on it with your faculty mentor throughout the semester. And then when we said, okay, now you've got the recommendation. Now this shouldn't be only an academic exercise which is used for grading and learning, which is important, but that's not the only outcome we are looking for. So we said, why don't we then forward these recommendations or solutions to the responsible authorities? So, to the municipality, to NGOs who are already working in the field, rather than saying we are going to go and do it ourselves. No, we've done work. We've identified challenges, we've proposed solutions, now we pass them on to people who are already in the field and who have the capability to take it forward and implement it. So collaboration, I think, is the way to go.
I think we have a lot to talk about, but we are short on time. So it was a great engaging session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, the picture, please. May I also request Mohit ji to please join us on the stage again. Is there? Yes. Just a second. I please request everybody to take their seats, so we can start now. Shweta, can we please check if anybody is outside? And Shilpa as well, please. Okay, welcome back everybody. Had lunch, guys? Comes 1 yes, a happy yes. Others, yes, no? What's this table discussing? Boss? Stage goes. That's what you discussing. You like that, sir? All good? Please. Now is our next discussion on toxic work culture. school grads prepared for the reality of the work. And we'll share the views on the scene. Dr. Ghulam Ramachandran, Director, he is my management, very much from the being very and the job. Then Professor Dr. Maya, then Thank you so much.
Professors today. Now, this was the topic I was excited to speak about and talk about, the most hot topic right now. Toxic work culture. I believe nobody in the room is unaware of what the conversations are going on around about toxic work culture. The latest, the most hot and recent statement given by Narayan Murthy has been in the talks. There's another one on the other hand, Elon Musk. And this is not just the MNC's phenomena, so to say. This is also happening on the other end. Startups, which was supposedly more happy, more flexible work cultures. We see Ashni Grover defending toxic work culture. We see Bhavish Agrawal making statements on what is the work-life balance pattern, and Saturday, Sunday's regime is not immune. I mean, these statements can be okay and can be not. This is the question I have today for all these professors. Today in this discussion, I want to understand from B school professors, B school leaders, how are they making a difference, and from their observation, what are some of the things that they've made note of these changes, these developments happening around. Now, professors, there was a recent study. This was a global study wherein India was ranked, and this was a workplace happiness report, so to say. And 70% of the people are not happy at their workplaces. This is just not the India phenomena. It's happening across the globe. But my concern here is this: what is that constituting this toxic work culture? I mean, whether it comes to placements or another involvements, over the years, all of you have been indulging with industry leaders. You're grooming your students to get involved in the industry. It's not just MNCs, for that matter, any company. Tell me from your observations, what are some of the things that you have noted down that these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, that constitutes a toxic work culture? In my understanding, why some of the companies are happy companies, why some of the companies are not so happy companies. Tell me in your opening comments, what are some of the observations that you have had over the years? If you can start with us, Mayank.
Thank you very much, Resham, for inviting me and all my learned colleagues on the dais today. I'm delighted to be here at the Business World Summit. And what you ask about toxic workplaces and how the business school grads, prepared to handle, not only toxicity, but, I think more importantly, probably, the realities of the new workspace and the skills required for the B school grads to excel. I think that's the broader question, but all of this is very topical, so thank you very much for, doing that. As far as replying to your question, I think there are two themes that you touch upon, is that happiness at workplace and, toxic workplaces. So I have a few observations. So number one is that when you talk about toxic workplaces, I think we need to define what exactly a toxic workplace means, right? I mean, in my opinion, I think a lot of the chatter on social media that goes about toxic workplaces might also be because a person might or might not like that workplace for very different reasons. So, there could be no toxicity, I mean, if you can define something like that at the workplace, but maybe the culturally or from a values perspective, it does not align. So I think it could also be that, right? Now, it's difficult to define toxicity. Obviously, it's very easy to define what's legal, what's illegal, what's ethical, not ethical. But when you say about toxicity, whether this place is, toxic, what exactly are you referring to? I think, so that is one thing. I think we need to be clear, because when you talk about toxic, there could be many reasons why a person can say that, my workplace is toxic, and on deeper drilling, it might come out that, it's just that the person might not like the way the organization is functioning, nothing to do with toxicity. Number two is that, when you talk about happiness, what I would say is that a person being happy or not happy, again, might have nothing to do with toxicity. So, a person might not be happy because of multiple other reasons other than toxicity. For example, I'll just give an example. For example, the person might be not happy with their own self-development, which would lie to the person itself rather than anything to do with the workplace. But it's an important question, I think, because a lot of it is being discussed in the social media also. And, some places are genuinely toxic. But, as we were discussing earlier, I think that remains a small portion of the overall corporate, structure. So I would stop here. Let's, take opinions from others as well, and then, we can come back to it.
A fair point. Now, I want to get deeper into it. For any layman today, what is a corporate life? Anybody who is not exposed to not only MNCs, but for that matter, any corporate life, for them, it is just that is coming on their social media feeds. If today somebody who is walking on the street and reads the comment from Narayan Murthy that says 70-hour long work week, it is that defines the corporate culture. Now, from your point that you made, it can be personal. The happiness, the toxicity he or she defines at work, it can be personal. I'm coming to you, Professor Venkat. In your response, I want to know if, we saw some of these statements coming in from persons. These are statements not made by companies. These are personal statements. These are personal observations. These are personal takes. Now I'm coming to you. Do you really think that these are flaky comments that's kind of building up a narrative? Or do you really see a change happening that can be good or not so good?
Like you said, very seldom a company is going to come and say, I expect you to work 70 or 80 hours. That's not going to happen in general. It's also a generational thing. If you look at it, generation in the sense, I'm not talking about just Narayana Murthy type age, but even if you take Elon Musk or somebody in Amazon like MNC, those are the ones who talk about it, and they are the ones who get the attention from the media when they say that. So for their belief is, I worked this hard, and we are in academics, and I went through a US system of academics where it's the same during the tenure. Most of the faculty will work 80, 90 hours, but that comes from within. It's not like somebody says, you should do it. I want to succeed. It came in. So during I spent a significant portion at the Kelley School of Business at Indiana University and now at Flame. So most of the corporate CEOs who come and talk will say, this is how I moved up in my life. But what they forget most of the time is it is their passion. It's not that somebody forced them to say, gee whiz, you have to work 80 hours to succeed in this world, because it came from within, from outside. So that kind of gets amplified as though everybody should do it. I'm pretty sure for that many famous people, I don't want to name names, there are also other people who worked hard, didn't make it that big, or who did good work-life balance, whatever that exact term means, and also had a very happy life. In the sense, they may not be $40 billion wealth or whatever the wealth factor is. So in a sense, like people have to define itself. But typically speaking, going back to your question on the toxic culture is, some of the CEOs can set a very toxic culture. And the way they do it is not by making these proclamations, but then telling people, I mean, the Peter Drucker used to say, culture eats strategy for breakfast is what his famous term was. So how do you develop the culture is very critical, because the CEO may say to the next level people, I just want people to work all the time, and what are they doing? I'm paying them. I mean, I have heard, they'll be very nice talking to me and our students, and as soon as a phone call comes, their complete personality will change, and then they'll be screaming at somebody. Then I'll think, this person is going to set a toxic culture. And the other place toxic culture comes is from within peers. Because there are companies, again, not naming names, they will say, like, you have a team of 10. One person in the team of 10 should be the worst one, and we may want to lay them off. This is like each of you evaluating. And that's like a great recipe for toxic culture, because you go home and worry about what the other person is doing, and that's what they want to do. So in a sense, the proclamation in the social media is one thing, but then the way they institute it is different. But to a lot of people, I worked in 2 corporates and 2 or 3 universities, and you will realize that you can sense it as you walk through and as you experience it. So the way, very seldom they make it very public. The public people get the publicity, but the people who institute this kind of culture do not get the publicity they deserve or they don't deserve. And the other side of the coin you asked is, most, like we all talked about it, most of them want to run a good company.
What I can see is a marriage of your personal take, how anybody, A, B, C, D person decodes the culture, and the other part of it is how the top boss is making the culture. Now, according to you, what is the ratio of both of these? Is it 100, 100, is it 50-50, or is it 80-20? How do you see it?
Who creates the toxicity or who solves it?
Both. The accountability lies on both.
I think mostly a lot of toxicity get created at the top because they set the tone. But some come from direct. 80% of them I will say comes from the top. The other 20% in this modern world, like you can foul mouth your own fellow faculty or fellow employee through other means, right? You can just say, post something, you know that's going to bother them, and then you do it, and that's a lot smaller percentage. But mostly individual cannot do that much, but then they create a system which really, because they believe in it, right?
Very well explained.
One of the CEO told me that I want people to beat each other up, and then I want the best one to succeed. And that sounds like such a bad, we all compete intrinsically, right? But at the same time, our goal is not to beat each other up, so one is be the king of the hill, rather than let's solve the problem and move ahead. But at the same time, you want to be better than them. But he believed like that.
But yeah, very well explained. I got the answer. Very well explained. And coming to you, Professor Modi, I saw a couple of posts day before yesterday that says, I will be on leave on this day. Thanks. It's an official email going to their managers or boss. This is something, I'm also Gen Z. This is something that really bothers me also. For leaders like you, of your age, it might be more concerning. I want to know, Professor Modi, do you also see these change happening in how students behaving today, and how do you deal with this? How do you see the change happening over the years? What are some of the observations that you are having?
Okay, very important question, but kind of take the counter view. When was it when the society was happy with the level of communication in the younger generation? I know for sure my professors had problem with my generation, and their professors also probably had the problem with so there is larger communication deficit, or at least the etiquette part of it, deficit, exists at any point in time. And if younger generation, particularly Gen Z, If they lack it, I think we should be a little more generous and then probably change our ways or expectations of what a good communication is from them in order to also accommodate, because like it or not, in a decade's time, they are going to be the normal generation which is going to drive the larger economy, and they would be setting the expectation and they would have similar frustrations with the generation to come. Now, we understand Gen Z way of communicating, which is curt, which is direct, to the point, and for them it is okay. And if you really try and scratch the surface, probably you will find that they don't mean ill or they don't mean any disrespect when they write a single liner email, right? Probably something which communicates to the full extent.
But how easy is this for a 60-year-old professor reading?
Yes.
Or for that matter, 60-year-old boss reading it.
Absolutely. And that's where the entire conflict or the misunderstanding lies. And it's a misunderstanding that is best avoided and probably doesn't exist. So they obviously, I'm sure my colleagues also share the experiences of professor, and me also not an exception, being uncomfortable with their communication, style of communication. And hence I'm suggesting that what is a good communication is basically told to us. There is no one type or ideal type of what can be considered as a good communication, as long as it is respectful and communicates the message. That is ultimately the purpose of the communication. The fillers and the other embellishments and whistles, other things are expected, are often misunderstood. As a result, I think, we talk a lot about kind of teaching student how to communicate. We also need to kind of provide the sensitivities and sensibilities of this younger generation to the teachers in the universities and tell them that what you expect as the right way of communication is basically precluding you from connecting with the student adequately and really becoming an effective teacher. As much as we as professor hate their way of communication, there is also the other side of the story, depending on the perspective from which you are looking at it.
I'm not confining it to the communication only, so to say, but the majority of the responsibility also lies on you as a teacher who is grooming a student, who is teaching a student, who might end up going to an MNC tomorrow or any startup for that matter. So this is also another part of it. I mean, what role B School is playing in grooming the leaders of tomorrow, let's say. I'll come to that part later, but I'm coming to you, Professor Venkat, and there is a reason why I come to you at the last. Raman, my apologies.
Yeah, that's me.
And that's me at my worst with the names, my apologies.
You still have a number of years to go before you lose.
Hopefully I'll do better next time. Now my question, there's a reason I come to you. We're seeing these changes happening. Some of the leaders are accepting it with grace. Some of them are being very offended. How are you reading these developments? Are we in the right direction? What is the new work norm will be? I mean, if I can put this question to you, what will be the new work culture, let's say 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line? Are we in the right direction?
So I think I have always held a very contrarian view about this 7 days work and 16 hours work.
That's the reason I come to you on this.
I have been somebody, and my colleagues here will vouch for it. I leave my office at 5 o'clock and nobody sends me an email after that. And I ran 3 companies and one across Asia Pacific, and I've adhered to this principle because I think there is nothing that requires 18 hours of work in a business environment. If you're doing R&D, if you're developing technology, I can understand. And I've been there also, and I've worked 16 hours a day when I was doing my PhD, postdoc, etc. So I think, I'll just come to one, I've been a big fan of, there are OBHR faculties here, Sumantra Ghoshal, who, beautifully talked about creating an organization on the pillars of trust, discipline, support, and stretch. Whereas most organizations exist on the pillars of contract, compliance, constraint, and conflict. Yeah? So I think it's the emphasis has to be building leaders who create a work culture where people are really wanting to come. And how do you do this? You do this with this kind of trust and discipline, etc. But you also do this by clearly articulating what is the purpose, why this organization exists, and why do you come to work every day, right? When you do this, I think you will, create an organization where people are efficient and they come in, they work, they are productive, and the organization also survives. There are a number of case studies and cases of companies which have really adopted this philosophy and have consistently over the years performed very well. So the answer to your question as to how do I view this and how is the work culture, so I think this fundamental principle of a work organization being built on these pillars will always be, in my opinion, true, right? Now what will change, and then there is a lot of research that is being conducted and has been done around this, is that organizations are increasingly going to be based on skills and not based on job descriptions. So you're going to have people with certain skills, and there are projects that are going to come, and you're going to draw in people with different skills, and the project or the work is going to be executed. So the evolution of the organization will be in such a way that, this very, very departmental job definition, job scope, these things will go away. An organization will be built on the pillars of skills, right? And there, some skills are going to be, scarce, and, and people with those skills are going to be paid more, and they will have to work more. And I think because they have the skills and they get the importance, I think they're going to enjoy what they're going to do, right?
Now, Professor, one thing, how leaders of tomorrow, the young generation, Gen Z, boomers, for B school, what is the responsibility that you see right now, or today for that matter, that needs to be changed there? Trust, you talked about trust, discipline. There are many cases where I've seen that people of your age or a little above Modi's age, let's say. Now, my point here is there can be many examples. There can be many examples where I've seen an employee or a new joinee joined a company, and that was his first and last job.
Yes.
Are we not seeing this anymore?
I don't think that will,
And I'm not confining it to one particular factor. There can be multiple other factors for that matter. But you talked about trust, discipline. Emphasize more on this and tell us how will it shape a new set of employees?
So it is, so the trust and discipline combined with these skill-based organizations it will probably, you can imagine a scenario in an organization where somebody works only for 4 days in a day, right? He goes home because, he's got a specific skill, he's called, he does his job, after 4 hours he goes off, but he gets the same. Right? Somebody only has to work 3 days because that's the skill and that's all that work is required. So you're going to have very, very fluid organizations in future, which is going to really draw in people, and that's why gig workers are going to become more. And they're going to get paid even more, because if you have a very specific skill and if you're a gig worker, the per hour rate that you can command is going to be significantly higher. So I think these, people some of the leaders of my generation might say that you need to work 70 hours, etc. That's their point of view. But I think there are going to be multiple scenarios which requires different kind of approaches, different people. And there are going to be people, you will still have people who are so passionate, like you pointed out, passionate about their work, they are going to work 40 hours.
I appreciate you used a very right word, fluid work cultures. That is something that we expect going forward. Professor Nayak, now a point to you. We discussed about how we see cultures shaping up tomorrow. In your perspective, how do you kind of tell us what shape will companies take tomorrow in terms of employing boomers, and what is your responsibility? Let me reframe. If I give you a responsibility today or flexibility to change 3 pointers in your teaching curricula, or let's say the approach, what are some of the 3 things that you see needs to be changed and are the need of the hour in terms of grooming the boomers or the Gen Zs?
Thank you very much, Resham, for asking that question. I'll just quickly touch upon the previous point. I think, what's happening, because you talked about fluid work culture and, the number of working hours. Now, Mr. Narayan Murthy had a point of view, and people have different point of view, and culturally, US and Europe are at a very different place, India is at a different place. Nobody bothers if, on a weekend we get an email, certainly in the corporate in India, but that would not be seen very nicely in Western, economies, at least in the good companies. So, I think where we are moving towards is, in many ways, meritocracy. I remember, last week, one of these e-rickshaws, which are very popular, in many of the cities now. In fact, our roads are choked with, e-rickshaws, so, more of a convenience has become more of a problem. But, at the back it was written, Zyada Chilao, Zyada Kamao. In the sense that the more you drive, the more you earn, because I believe most of these e-rickshaws are taken on rent by the drivers and then, on a daily rent, right? And this whole idea of gig workers, I think that's so much true. And I think in many ways it's moving towards meritocracy. And the fact that giving flexible work hours is becoming a necessity for good organizations to hang on to talent. Right? Now, one big change that has happened in India and other places also, but especially in India in the last 1 or 2 decades is that options have become galore. So people, if not treated well, at least the good ones, they'll just move. Right? Now, I manage one of the largest B schools in the country. We have about 180 plus full-time faculty members and staff, and and the challenge is that, and we have very well qualified faculty, at GGPS, and we strive to make sure that we give them the best work environment. And the reason being is that if we don't, then they'll just walk away, right? So for good organizations, I think more than their own internal conscience to give them flexible hours, I think it's become a need to hang on to good talent. I think, so that's one point. Now, in terms of the, what I'll comment, not only my school, but generally B schools as to the, what we need to change. I think number one is that if we talk generally about B schools, and not particularly one B school, but generally about B schools, one divide certainly is what's really happening in the industry and what seems to be getting imparted. So there is a bit of a gap. Now, that's not true for the top B schools. I'm sure, they're doing everything, possible. But because of multiple reasons, the average B schools are struggling. It's a fact. On this particular parameter, wherein, you want to impart, somebody talked about skills. So this bridge between theory and practice, I think many B schools are struggling. So that needs to be, bridged better as to what actually is happening, including toxic work cultures. Not many B schools are, teaching their, kids as to how to cope up with all of that, right? Office politics and toxicity, and that is not being taught, as part of the normal curriculum for whatever reasons. And I think that is something that we need to work better. Number 2 challenge, I'll tell you what it is, that, in order to impart it, you can bring in people from the industry, you can, do a lot of things, change the curriculum, but the second part of this is the student. Now, a lot of the B schools get students who have very limited work ethics. So no matter who you bring to impart that industry education, fact of the matter is that students who are getting it, they have no context to relate it to. And therefore, if the students don't have experience, they can't relate that to their own experience. And then that becomes a bottleneck. No matter you bring in the CXOs or the CEOs or, whoever, to deliver that lecture, if the student has zero work ethics, with limited maturity, they'll not be able to digest all of that, knowledge and information and put it into a context. You tell somebody who has zero work ethics to, office politics and office delegation and all of that, they'll not be able to appreciate, the context. They might still get it, but they'll not be able to apply it. And that's the huge, divide. And many B schools in India, if you take out the top 10, 15, most of the, students have zero to very limited work ethics. And then that becomes a handicap as far as the MBA education is concerned. I believe we're talking primarily about MBA education. So that is the other thing. One is obviously the industry theory divide, right? The second is, the kind of students who are getting it. And thirdly, to be very honest, I think
given the fact where Indian education is and management education is no exception, a lot of the institutions have very limited resources. So they just don't have the wherewithal to actually get the required ecosystem for the students to get the right industry connect. So that becomes a challenge. That's a massive challenge. Even, the IIMs are struggling now. The governments, don't support it, the IIMs to the extent they used to. And even IIMs are struggling for that matter, at least the newer ones, not the older ones. But the new ones, certainly, they are struggling. So, and private institutions, of course, because they're completely dependent on the tuition money, so that becomes a real handicap. So, I hope that...
You certainly touched upon pertinent points. I'm coming to you, Professor Modi. Social media these days kind of glorifies hustle work culture, overworking. I mean, according to Professor Venkat, it's absolutely personal choice and passion, so to say. Professor Modi, now, do B schools kind of encourage that competitive work culture, or do you kind of groom kids in a traditional manner, if I can bring in word discipline of a traditional level? How do you kind of bridge this gap? We understand that we groom kids today to compete in their best of the capabilities, but what is your take on hustle culture, so to say? Are B schools confronting that or kind of encouraging that?
Yeah, so no, excellent question, and we understand that the hustle or the toxicity basically is fueled, supported also by the idea of effective organization that we hold in the society, or the stereotype that we have, and which is also probably supported by the B school curriculum. For example, the idea of an effective organization believes that the workers are likely to shirk, and they require active supervision, monitoring, and the management's role is to basically extract the maximum work or output from them. So this is the idea which is basically has its root in the scientific management, which dates back 100+ years, and that was a different time. And we haven't evolved basically the curriculum, or the people who got really prepared or imbibed in this kind of an understanding haven't evolved much. There is a parallel school, humanistic school of management, which believes in the inherent virtue of work, of human intelligence and the creativity, and wants to put greater faith on the autonomy of the individual or the creativity of the individual. Now, if you look at the stereotype which is being propagated or discussed in most of the management school, belongs to that scientific discipline, where even students are hugely disciplined in the MBA college. If there is an event, all of them are supposed to appear in the business formals, and there are penalty for being contrarian or probably not willing to adhere to otherwise a frivolous rule. So we are basically in a way part of the problem, and what we need to do as a business school, reflect on ourselves, that what is it that we are promoting? Are we promoting a certain way, a certain stereotype that is harmful to the society, or we also provide the space for creativity and innovation to the kids and teach management principles and not the management mannerism? And for that, I think we need to have curriculum which requires a bit of a reset. And how do we do that? For example, every management curriculum is highly focused, tilted towards the technical skills. We really need to bring in the soft skill, which focuses on the communication, respect, resilience, creativity, stress management, and how do you deal with it. For example, we need to really ensure that students or the young managers are able to recognize toxicity, are able to then probably reset the toxicity, reshape the toxicity. And how do you really prepare them probably? Lot of substantive discussion using again simulation and experiential pedagogies on the substantive aspects, which is related to strategy, finance, and this is all good. Probably there is also more to it, when specifically, as Mayank said, that most of the MBA grads in India, they don't have a context of the prior work experience. They probably do not understand the political aspects of every management decision making. And we need to really make them aware, alert of this other aspects which underlie the otherwise substantive decision-making issues. Probably there is a need to have experiential component, or maybe simulations or the cases which talks about the issues which have non-substantive aspects of their work life within an organization, how office politics takes place, how to really call out or confront the toxic managers, and how to really ensure that the workplace ultimately delivers the larger well-being for the employees as well as the customer. So we need to really think how the pedagogy and how the curriculum is going to be reset, taking into consideration specifically the evolving needs of the new generation, which believes, probably compared to the older generation, in the flatter hierarchy on equality and probably the opportunity. And they are product of affluence, relative affluence that we have seen. Their parents have probably seen greater hardship. The younger generation haven't seen, and hence probably they have greater demand from the society.
Such bold statements, but you underlined the question really well. I want to come back and discuss the solutions for it. So, also, I'm coming to you, Professor Venkat. Are we seeing with the trend of quiet quitting? We also seen the very disheartening case of EY employee. There's another case of demise we've seen that has been in the news. My question or point to you is to emphasize more on trust between employees and the top bosses or the managers. How are they mingling with each other in the work culture? This is one of the factors of work culture majorly. How are you seeing it, and how can you help younger students to deal with this or do it in a better way?
I mean, obviously the issue is technology, right? Even for older people like us, I spend so much time on screen time because somebody texts, somebody thinks, ask for something, and I think that has become a problematic thing. I'm not saying it's good. We are not going to walk away from our phones, even though I switched it off before this session. But at the same time, that makes it very difficult in a workplace to have that type of trust. Because, of course, I started working in 1980, and at that time there was luckily no cell phones, no nothing, which is in a way good, because people talk to you like, what are you facing, what are you doing type thing. It's not just an email communication or something. So you start developing a mentorship type relationship in that, and they kind of understand the nuances. Okay, this Venkat is new, he doesn't understand few things, he just got out of engineering college, so let's help him out type of a thing. Right now the problem is people know a lot more because the information or data is available. So, and also the assumption is they know it. But we seldom ask them like, how are you feeling today, other than a casual thing. I mean, even when you pointed out about that email, I don't mind the tertiary of the email. The only thing I will point out in that is you assume like I'm going and I don't care even if there is a crisis in the office. That aspect of the email is bad. I don't mind people sending me email. I mean, even emojis, fine. If I can understand it, I'm not going to insist like you need to be formal. But if it has got that entitlement and other things coming in, then the boss doesn't trust the employee. And the same thing goes in the other direction. So what we try to do is you try to build resilience to the students. And also you try to emphasize how empathy is extremely important in dealing with people, because if you assume like you have four people reporting to you, all should be equally treated, equally pushed, there is an element of fairness and justice in that. But those are four different individuals coming with four different skills, and they're going to excel in certain things. So if you can customize it a bit, as a boss, you are going to do better. And also, if you can express that to your boss, most of the time, a lot of people want the same person to work in the same company, maybe do very different jobs, not the same job, very different job, and grow with them. And most of the managers think like everybody gets up in the morning and want to do a good job in their job. And they themselves want to do it, but this pressure and other things pushes them into that. And for that, I think experiential learning for sure. And I think in Flame, it's a residential campus. We give them a lot of responsibility. We send them in global immersion. So even some of them who don't have work experience kind of experience the toxicity among themselves, right? I mean, we are all naturally competitive. By nature, we want, if you're going to play cricket, you want to hit the six, you want to
clean bowl the other person, and that comes from within. And if you can, how can you tap that at the end, like you shake hands and learn from each other, this type of a thing you do, and a lot more has to come from classroom. I mean, in the classroom, it is engaging the students. It's very hard to engage them given the distractions. Even faculty have distractions, phone calls coming, so all the way around. But engaging them and then trying to make them realize. The building resilience is, unfortunately, it's very hard in academic or in any places, especially when there is a grade involved. You don't want to tell them, but I liked one of my teacher who said, I'm going to give you a little bit more extra, get it right. I said, like, after 2 or 3 attempts, I felt like, oh my God, I'm happy with 90. He said, if you're happy with 90, walk away. If you're doing one more time, I may go up to 95. I said, why you dudes torture me like this? He said, I'm building your resilience. So that type of an approach will help, whereas we just say, this is it. I mean, the time is short and it's very hard. I mean, he had patience to grade the same paper 4 times, and I don't know whether I will have or other people will have. So there are ways we can inculcate that into our students.
Perfect.
Not just in curriculum. I mean, curriculum also we can do, but outside is the best.
Perfect. I want to come back, as we close, I want to come back to this question that was our topic. Are B school grads prepared for the realities of the world of work today? These are the realities we discussed, Professor Raman. If not only in curriculum, let's say trust, resilience, agility, discipline are being part of the curriculum. Tomorrow we see the books coming on these topics, the chapters coming on these topics. We see faculties coming in, teaching on these topics, how to, XYZ, trust, resilience, agility, these powers. How can you as a B school leader facilitate this change better for a better tomorrow? What can be 1, 2, 3 actionable points that you would advise?
So I don't know whether this answers your question directly, but I can tell you an initiative that we have taken the last couple of years, which is understanding that, we talked about skills and soft skills and competencies as very different elements. So we have done a lot of primary and secondary research to understand that there are 7 basic competencies that the employers are looking for in their employees. These are not rocket science. It's been around for a long time. It's like ability to collaborate, communicate, ethics, Agility is a new competence that all organizations are really looking for in their employees. So one of the things that we have done is that today all our students who come in, they undergo a psychometric testing in the first month of arriving in our campus on these 7 competencies. And we give them the report and tell them that these are your relative weakness and strengths of the competencies that the employers are looking for and of the competencies which will help you survive in the work world. And then over the next 2 years, and this is a work in progress, we are really trying to see how can each of these competencies addressed in the classroom and outside the classroom. We also have a lot of activities outside the classroom, like you talked about clubs and activities. They are involved in a lot of running of the organization. So this is one way that we are actually trying to make sure that our students, in addition to learning concepts, in addition to learning skills, recognize what are the competencies that will make them successful in the work world of tomorrow. Yeah. So I don't know whether that answers your question. So,
do you see a need for teaching the top CXOs of how to deal boomers or Gen Zs? Do we do a faculty visit there?
Yeah. My experience is that, some of us are hardwired with our, leadership behaviors by the time we reach a certain age. And reverse mentoring has been talked about. I think it works to some extent. But at the end of the day, if you have a leader, I've talked about, and there is a concept that has been developed by a life coach based out of Singapore, a very successful one by name Rajiv Vij. He classifies leaders as aggressive and passive. The aggressive leaders are the ones who believe that the world belongs to them. You work with an aggressive leader, you will have a toxic culture because he believes that he is entitled to everything that happens around him. He believes that these people have to work, 7 days, 24 hours. And on the other hand, you have a passive leader.
equally difficult leader to have or a boss to have, because that person doesn't stand up for anything, because he is so kind of, weak backbone that he succumbs to everything. So neither of those are good. We need to develop leaders, and we need to talk to CXOs and saying that what you need is assertive leaders.
Definitely,
Yeah?
definitely.
And that is a conversation we can certainly have with CXOs and CEOs to say that neither of this is good. You need to be assertive when it calls for, you need to draw the line. Last point that I want to make, and a number of points have been talked about how organizations are evolving, and I think one of the key is that, to avoid all this toxic culture, whether you work 8 hours, 9 hours, is organizations have to become more and more outcome-based. You have to set expectations for each, and then you have to look at the outcome rather than activity, and I think culturally we are more oriented to activity. I know a company's vice chairman who looks at the biometric data of the employees, when do they log in and when do they log out. And he thinks that people who are there till 7:30 are the hard workers. And the ones who are staying there at 7:30, what he doesn't know is that they leave at 5 o'clock to go have chai and samosa, and they have 3 emails that are in their outbox. They come in at 7 o'clock, send it out, and then they log out and go. Right? So this is an activity-based approach, saying that if the person stays till 7:30, he is doing something good for the organization. I think we have to go over that. So CXOs also have to be taught that don't be activity-based, it doesn't make. You have to become outcome-based, for which you need to have very clear thinking as to what is the outcome you expect out of an employee and out of the organization, out of the department.
I mean, for me, in my understanding, India will take a decade or more to kind of rewire the top bosses and the youngest employees in their companies. Looking forward, I'm excited and hopeful. For my final question, 6 minutes, less than that. So 1 minute or so, everybody on the panel gets. In my final question, I want to address a very important point, and I want your take or an actionable advice on that. We're talking about toxic work cultures. It takes a toll on mental well-being. For youngest set of employees today, they are coming to resorts like quiet quitting. There is a clear trust deficit between the managers, between the top bosses, and the youngest set of employees. And that's the reason they are coming to these resorts, or let's say to that extent, they're going on social media and writing long posts. They're exposing companies, so to say. How and what can be done from these schools' end in order to groom them well, to sense that warning, or how to speak up, how to stand for themselves? What can we do as a B school and a B school leader? Your final take on this, and then we close. Anybody can start.
So I will only have one, it is to teach people to be assertive and neither aggressive nor passive. And being assertive is again being very logical and saying that's it. I think if you teach students in the class, in leadership lessons and other places to develop this characteristic, I think they would, and then agility and resilience, which is the other component, I think they will do very well. And I think we should also recognize that today's generation has a lot more opportunities and are a lot more independent than my generation was. Right? So I still have a lot of faith, and I'm not very worried about them succumbing to the soft toxicity.
Good to know. It seems that we have something headline worthy from today's discussion. Professor Mayank,
Yeah, so what I would say is that I think although there are pockets where, such toxicity exists, unethical, sometimes even illegal for that matter, processes and behavior in the organization, I think in today's age and time where everyone has access to social media, I think, it remains a small percentage. I think many offices, many organizations are run pretty well. They have very strong HR policies, and everyone knows that, people can just go to Twitter and, to Facebook, and once they're done and the post gets viral, it becomes very difficult for organizations. So I don't think it's very widespread, although I certainly believe that it exists in pockets, such kind of toxicity. How do B schools prepare? I think, we need to, as Prof was saying, that we need to certainly tell them to be polite yet firm, and to be able to distinguish between what is right and wrong. because a lot of it is actually gray, because, even if you're working for 7 hours, maybe, the business model is such that you can choose your days on work. So some people might voluntarily would want to work more, to earn more. So I don't think working hours for that matter could be, basis for, defining whether it's a toxic culture. I think many variables come into the picture. But certainly as B schools, we can certainly tell them that these are the markers of unethical behavior. These are the markers where you need to put your foot down, politely yet firmly, and to say that, this is not something that I'm willing to put with, right? So B schools can certainly do it. Are all of us doing it? I don't think so, because of the reasons that I mentioned earlier. But certainly I think we need to bridge that gap, certainly with the students, that, avail postgraduate management education.
Professor Modi, there was another post, somebody written on their social media saying, today the Gen Zs or the youngest lot of employees are being put in a pressure cooker to work. I mean, there are many examples and many disheartening cases where we see people taking their lives, stating work pressure as a reason. And that's very, very disheartening and very sad for India as a country. How you, as a B school leader, what can we do? What is your plan to kind of address this and groom your kids better?
Yeah. So I think as a management schools, we need to really focus on providing wholesome education and create individuals who are capable of not only dealing with the toxicity, but whole set of other issues. Probably today is toxicity, tomorrow it could be something else, and there are many, many challenges which this B school grads are facing and are going to face. For example, poverty, inequality, and then many other societal challenges as well, economic challenges. So if you have really focused on providing wholesome management education, then probably it will create managers who are multidimensional, who have greater or better perspectives, who understand alternate perspective as well. So for example, what we have been focusing at BML Munjal University is focusing on experiential pedagogy. So our more than 40 or 45% of our curriculum is delivered on experiential mode, where kids are actually exposed to the issues through first-hand experience. The second is we have a very strong component, almost 3-month-long component of social internship, wherein we really put all of them in group of 5 to work with micro-entrepreneurs, SHG groups, women, and they basically work with them and also understand the issues which are being faced by the society, and then they bring the business perspective. In the process, they also probably develop broader perspective. And finally, the aspects of management versus business, which probably when you focus on business education, you are kind of making the larger body of management education quite parochial in its approach towards individual and towards the society. And when you really focus on management, it is much broader than probably the business aspects of the management education. If you look at the management is equally important and applicable and being required in non-business sectors such as government sector, development sector, and probably larger societal organizations. And when you really provide all-rounded view of the management education to this graduate, and they probably become more wholesome and ready to face the challenges of the future.
Perfect. Your final take.
Yes, and in the interest of time, I'll say the best thing we try to do, and I try to tell the younger generation, is know yourself. That is the toughest one. As you get older, know yourself, who you are, and get comfortable in your skin. And that really allows you. Because once you know yourself, I tell them, like, you need to be out of your comfort zone to learn new things. But if you're always out of your comfort zone, speak up. This is not something you can endure all your life. That's when the tragic things come in. So I think that's the biggest thing. And then we try to incorporate it in Flame by using, we make MBA students even take some philosophy, at least about 4 courses, which are from liberal arts, and also trying to come up with experiential global immersions. As a group, you kind of know, whether you like it or not, if 5 of us are going out on a trip, one of you may emerge as the leader, and we have to accept that. And that type of level is good. And if that is not what you are, and if you cannot function under this as a leader, walk away. That is, like I said, with the age, it took me several years, but knowing who you are and getting comfortable in your skin allows you to grow a lot, and we can provide opportunity to learn that in college also.
I mean, just my final take, I mean, we understand, I can personally expect some of the books coming on trust, agility, resilience, or discipline tomorrow in B school, but the challenge lies, what Professor Mayank said, there's a gap still between being taught and being able to apply that. There's a need of these conversations to happen a lot more, and we have a long way to cover. It's just the starting of the conversation, and it is the reality that's happening. We are expecting so many more changes in the work culture tomorrow, day after, in the 10, 12, 20 years. And you are some of the leaders who are grooming the next generation. So the onus lies on you. I wish you all the very best. Thank you so much for your time, for making time for this discussion. I enjoyed really well. You want to add?
Yeah, I want to thank you for a Gen Z with all the old guys, the oldest guy sitting here like me. You did phenomenal, and you didn't make it toxic, and hope we didn't make it toxic. Thank you so much.
Not at all. Very generous of you. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for these professors?
Thank you so much. May I also request Meha ji to please join us on the stage and present a token to all our panelists. And thank you, Risham, for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, just to get a sense of the audience today. Now, how many of you have traveled by the metro today? Metro? Show of hands. Metro? Metro. Okay. Any other public mode? Bus, auto, cabs? Their own vehicles? I only see 2-3 hands. Okay, for the ones who've come with their own vehicle, announcement to make. किसी की गाड़ी अब टो हो चुकी है. That's just a build up to it, nothing else. So there are, this car number is DL7GX2636. Who's the lucky winner? Nobody? Of us here? None of us, are we sure? This is DL7GX2636. If this is anybody's vehicle, please sharmaiyega mat. You can meet Shweta. Can they come to you for this? Yeah, to that table there, they'll help you with the same. Otherwise, if this is not a fast, you can go to the other venue. Probably might be them. Yeah? Thanks. Chaliye, इसी के साथ towards our last panel discussion of the day on alumni mentoring. Does it help students to get a better grip of the corporate world? Just to understand, yes or no, do you think that mentoring helps? In any profession, yes or no? How many feel that yes, it helps? Mentoring. Okay, how many feel कि नहीं, उसके बिना भी काम चल जाएगा? And you can be honest about it, it's okay. If you feel that's not really required. No, you all feel that it is. Lovely. That means you are in the right room, because this is our next session. And please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Professor Dr. Smita Vishwanathan Girija, Dean and Professor, School of Management, G.D. Goenka University. Dr. Nihar Amankar, Director, School of Management, IILM University. Dr. Himadri Das, Director General, IMI. And this session will also be moderated by Meha Mathur, Senior Associate Editor, BW Business World. Let's please welcome them. Or Josh, guys, come on. More warmer, no? Thank you so much. Thank you.
So good evening now, and welcome to this panel, all my fellow panelists. So one very important aspect in terms of feedback for these schools is their own alumni network. When they go back to their alma mater and share inputs on what the industry requires. So, typically the question arises, what is it that my B school did not teach me, what they should have ingrained in me? So starting with you, ma'am, what is it that the most significant feedback that you have been getting over the years from your alumni base, and how are you imbibing that input into the curriculum upgradation?
So thank you so much for having me the part of this panel. It's a very, very interesting discussion topic. And so before we start with alumni mentoring and alumni coming back and discussing with us, I feel that the most important question which we need to ask all the B schools, whether we are engaging our alumni well. Maybe the top 20 B schools may have all the ways of engaging them well, but I'm not very sure whether the other B schools have enough mechanisms to engage them. At least that's what the experience of, when we interact with other deans and directors is what they share. Now coming back to the question, maybe this will come up sometime later in the discussion, but coming back to your question, when they come back and we invite them on various occasions, and when they come back and discuss with the students, one of the most important point what they discuss is, what you learn, just learn. But we actually, what we do in the organization is something slightly, not what we think of, we learned in the school. So there exists, in the last panel they discussed about students being freshers getting into the B schools, and the gap of understanding, how to actually understand what happens in a corporate. Even in this lecture, when they come and discuss all these things, the level of understanding for a fresher is actually, it's very low. So I think that's the gap which alumni come and discuss back with us. And
are you hinting at some of the soft skill issues?
It's not only about soft skills, but then, there are, for example, there are actually, people are talking about experiential learning. I think this is all something, which has come in the last maybe a decade or so, about, how we can actually bring in practical aspects into management education. So, there are ways of, bridging this gap, but then this is one of the very important feedback that with theory, how we can bridge this theory and practice. This is one of the important feedback which keeps coming in from the alumni.
Dr. Amankar, what would you say about this opening question?
I would say that the main thing that they talk about is how what Dr. Smita was relating to, how what we taught them is often not utilized. So they sort of come back and tell us, and it depends on how old the alumni is. So for example, if somebody has gone into middle management or senior management, they will have different perspectives to share. So they would say that we really never talked about how people management in the end tends to become the most important quality in an MBA graduate, and we never did it enough. And if you talk to the younger alumni, what they tend to talk about is what Dr. Smita was referring to, the skill gaps. So when it comes to the curriculum, see, you can never get it right, because we talk to the industry to tell us the same thing. There are some things that you have to know. Right? What our alumni tell us is that we need to be more conscious about who recruits from us. So they said, you as a B school that is 25 years old, you know who your recruiters are. You know what kind of JDs are floated. You know what kind of roles they are planning to offer. So you could have prepared us better. So what they're asking us to do is to be more intimate with the industry and go beyond the theatrics of it. It's fine to call somebody for a leadership lecture and click a nice picture and talk about it, but really get down to the discussion as to how many curriculum reviews do we do in a year, wherein we call industry experts, and for that matter, our alumni, to come and say, are we teaching what is really relevant and what is actually needed in practice? They also tell us that, we want to be more conscious about how the roles are evolving. Every 5 years, the roles keep evolving. I mean, today, everybody is coming and talking about how each one of our students need to be technologically competent. I mean, never before a business school was asked these questions. So they are saying that, for a business school, more so than any other school in university, it is very important to sit together with the industry, and it is more important today than ever so before.
Dr. Das, Dr. Amankar has raised some important points. While interactions with alumni, do you have, how much of, importance do you give to interactions with the immediate pass outs, those who have fresh outlook towards what has happened in the B school vis-a-vis corporate world, and also fairly senior corporates. So these are two sets of feedbacks. And also my original question about how do you implement some of the feedbacks that they give to you?
Okay, I think this is an important distinction between recent alumni and senior alumni. See, when we interact with them, there are two levels of interaction. One is we interact with them for curriculum review, where we take alumni inputs and industry inputs very seriously, and this is part of process. And the other level of interaction is that we kind of mediate between them and the existing students. So the interaction with us for curriculum review and curriculum interventions, which happens with them sitting alongside other industry people, is mostly with mid to senior level alumni, not the younger guys. And there they of course add value. Interestingly, they don't tell us that what we learned was not useful, because they usually say what we learned was very useful, but there were a few other things we should have learned, which I'll also come to after I answer the second part of the question. So when we mediate a engagement with the current students, we have seen that our students are more open to listening to the younger alumni because they relate to them better. And they're just a few years senior to them, maybe 3 years, 4 years, 5 years at the most. So they kind of bring much more credibility because they can say that we have been there, done that very recently, and we were like you just a few years back, and this is what we have done once we got out into the corporate world. So they kind of take their advice much more seriously than they would take any advice we give us, or any advice a very, very senior alum gives them, because then it's like, oh, you are now 20 years into the system, you are like another generation, you will, give us gyan, but the guy who is just 3 years senior to them, that gyan is more credible for them. Whether it's more meaningful or not, that's a different discussion, but it's at least more credible for them. But the senior guys still have a role to play because they kind of create an aspiration that I graduated from this school 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, and I've reached a CEO, CXO level. So it is something you can do. And then they share their career path. And then the students kind of know that, okay, I'm on this bus, this is my stop 1, stop 2, stop 3, stop 4. And if I this is one of potential 5 or 6 career paths that I could take given my interests. So they play a different role of, telling them how to chart a longer term career path, whereas a younger alumni play a different role in telling them how to immediately deal with issues when they get out to work. So both are valuable for different reasons, like I said.
Okay, my next question is also to you. So you did mention them being part of the curriculum review, but what other formal mechanisms do you have for a constant engagement?
Okay, we have formal mentorship mechanisms with students. So we actually run mock interviews for first year students before their summer internship interviews. And these are all run by alumni exclusively. So it's a very big, event, I shouldn't use the word event, a huge exercise in logistics that happens of over multiple weekends, alumni throng into campus, and they're assigned students to mentor or mock interview. So this happens over a few weekends for first year students, where they're mentored through mock interviews by alumni for the summer internship interviews. And about a month or so later, it happens, the same exercise is repeated for the second year students. where again a horde of alumni come in over a few weekends and in a very formal mechanism, they mentor and do through mock interviews or students preparing them for final interviews. So that is formal engagement. What we also do is when students are given admissions, this we have kind of done off and on because sometimes it seems to work, sometimes it doesn't, where we assign them an alumni mentor from the time they get an offer so that they can also bounce, have conversations with the alumni mentor to even decide if they want to accept our offer or not. Is it even worth going to IMI? So the engagement starts then. And often if they choose to accept the offer and they choose to enroll, the engagement continues. But that is more because of the relationship they form with these alumni in the early days. It is not something we formally mediate. The formal mediation we do is in the beginning of assigning them a mentor. Where it goes depends on two individuals, the student who enrolled and the alumni who was assigned them at the time of the admission offer. So these are the formal engagements beyond curriculum interventions.
Dr. Amonkar, what is the means of constant guidance and mentorship that alumni provide on your campus?
So what Dr. Himadri Das said, that is the first step. Come and mentor the students, right? But we sort of engage them at different stakeholder levels as well. So for example, we experimented with faculty development programs which were actually led by alumni. So these were closed door discussions because we felt that it is very easy for faculty development programs to be delivered by academics from other institutions, but that is more so towards the knowledge component or research component, right, or the teaching practice component. What I have often seen among the faculty members is that they are almost alien to the true nature of the industry as to what it is at this current moment in time. That's why we also explore what we call as faculty internships. So why can't we asked ourselves the questions, why can't our faculty actually take a couple of months off in the summer and actually intern at an industry? Right? So, and that is when we brought in alumni to start that conversation, because who better to get on board such a experiment rather than our alumni? And we found that it was very refreshing because, see, the alumni know your context. They understand your true nature as an institution. No marketing gimmick is going to work because they have spent 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is with you. So they are much more open, they are much more candid, and that really helps actually achieve the output. So we got a few of our faculty members to actually work in our alumni businesses, not in other organizations because there was a lot of legal complication around that. But those alumni who have successful businesses, we asked our faculties to go and work in those organizations, and that really helped our faculty understand how far ahead of the textbooks and the journal articles the industry has moved, right? And that actually brought some refreshing pedagogies into the classroom because they suddenly had much more engaging content to discuss with the students, right? So that experiment really worked, I think, besides student mentoring.
Before I move forward, I request for silence in the room. There's a lot of noise. Thank you. So, Dr. Girja, I have my next question for you. So typically we hear in the case of IITs and IIMs, alumni, giving endowments, chairs being set up. So that's a way of connection with your alumni, even maybe 20, 25 years down the line. But what other meaningful ways of engagement do you see?
All right, that's when I started in that the alumni engagement activities by these schools. So we are a very young university, we're just 10-year-old university, and we have in the School of Management roughly around 1,800 alumni. So our engagement basically starts for career-related mentoring, and we try and engage them in the first semester itself. Though it's a wish that every student, every MBA student get one alumni as a mentor. It actually, unfortunately, it's not happening. So what we try and do is we actually identify a set of 5 students who have similar interests, let's say in the area of, let's say, HR, a specific area of finance. Then we identify an alumni who is working in that area, and we reach out to them. In fact, more than we reaching out to them, we ask the students to get engaged with them on LinkedIn and other platforms, and if they are not responding, they'll get back to the alumni office and we help them to get connected. The first meeting is formally arranged by the university, but we arrange that first meeting with them, and then we'll leave it to the students. And we know that actually leads to the internship and then further. So we try and actually do the first connection, and then it is up to the students to take it forward. Unfortunately, what happens is we get to hear about the expectation mismatch of alumni and the students. That's something which, we have to interfere and try and address that. And also, since I said we are just a 10-year-old university, our alumni are not very senior, so if it works well. So there are cases where alumni will refer them to their organizations also. So this program is a very formal program which we start from the beginning. We invite our alumni for, events like Coffee with Alumni, and which we formally organize, and also for a portion of our electives in the second year. 40% of the elective we try and engage an alumni to come and co-teach with the faculty. There are a few specific courses where we feel that faculty may not have that expertise to deliver, which needs more of practical experience. Again, we request alumni to help us. This is some of the ways in which we engage our alumni.
Dr. Das, how do alumni networks, how have they been helpful in terms of placements and summer placements on the campus?
They have been very helpful. See, we have 3 campuses. The Delhi campus is about 40 years old, and the other 2 campuses, Calcutta and Bhubaneswar, are also now about 13 years old. So there is some vintage even in those. So alumni have obviously reached, reasonably senior or influential positions. And I'll be the first to say we have got tremendous help from them in finding people within their organizations whom they can connect us to, the decision makers, even if they are not themselves, and acting as a coach, acting as a champion for their alma mater in that institution. So a lot of companies, we have been able to bring them to campus for the first time ever, which earlier on went to other B schools but did not come to us, thanks to the help provided by alumni. So alumni networks have definitely helped in moving the needle on placements in terms of getting much higher paying jobs, moving up our average salaries, etc., etc.
And Dr. Almonkar, what has been your experience?
So our experience has been similar. Obviously, they have been very supportive in terms of internships as well as placements. But nowadays there's a slight change into that relationship, because alumni are having that tendency, that, for example, I'll be very open with you. A lot of institutions have rapidly expanded the number of their seats, right? With that comes a change in the nature of the aptitude level of the student in terms of the competence level of the students. So a lot of the old alumni, so IMI is one of the oldest in Delhi. I happened to work at an organization which was, I think, also 40 years old at the time, Ghaziabad. So, we used to get these alumni here very much in the 80s and early 90s, a part of 1900. They used to come and say that, look, you are not really looking at the behavior aspect of your student anymore. They are technically competent, but they are behaviorally misguided, or not misguided, but in a sense they have not got clarity in terms of how they need to operate at a workplace. So if you're going to be a successful leader, right, if you're going to be earning 25 lakhs in your first job after your post-graduation, you need to handle your project, you need to complete those deliverables, but at the same time, your team handling capabilities, how you motivate the people around you, how do you handle conflicts, and more so before that, how do you handle yourself, is very, very important. Because the business school grows, the organizations have also grown, the country has grown, the economy has grown, and the demands of the job have changed. So alumni are telling us that, look, while you're teaching them and everything is fine, just make sure that the behavioral aspect of the MBA grad is not lost.
because that's what it is in the end. And as people who have progressed in their career 10, 15 years down the line and gotten into regional leadership and departmental leadership, have realized that in the end it all comes to people management, and that's where they tell us that that's when we will be able to help you better in placements. When these expectations mismatch that you were talking about are becoming less. So, this is what it is. So we have been sitting more closely with them. We're trying to listen to them more carefully in terms of what interventions we need to build in.
So, Dr. Das, your 40-year-old institution, there would also be cases of alumni returning as faculty. Is that the case, and what has been the experience once as students and now as faculty?
That's not because we are 40 years old. We have had some very young alumni come back as faculty after doing their PhD elsewhere. So they did an MBA with us. There are two of them right now who are colleagues, very young. And one of them graduated, I think, about 12 years ago. Other one maybe 13 or 14 years ago. So, and they chose to take this up as an academic career after having worked in industry for a while, fairly soon. They did PhDs from very good places. Came with a good portfolio of very high quality research publications, and they went through a process of selection which did not cut them any slack because they're alumni, and they happened to get selected, and they are now faculty and doing well. But I think that has got nothing to do with the vintage of the school, whether it's 40 years old or 10 years old. That is more about certain alumni, a small subset who choose to take up an academic career and do a PhD, then thinking of their alma mater as a place they would want to go and work again. So obviously they liked something when they were here, which makes them come back. So the fact that two of them wanted to come back is a positive sign. But I would not say that's got anything to do with the institute being 40 years old or 10 years old.
Finally, we have 3 minutes. So one final comment. What is your expectation from your alumni base? That one expectation that you have.
So, actually, as I've already mentioned, what we expect from our alumni is in case if, just in the last panel, we discussed about, the difficulty for them to come out of their, office and then we spend more time with students during work days and things like that. But in case if they can engage with our students, because I feel we do have a strong faculty mentoring system, but as Professor mentioned, faculty can help them settle down with academics, interpersonal skills, explain them how to get network done and things like that. But then when it comes to actually the need of industry, I think that's where we need the help of this alumni. So along with faculty, in case if they can actually take out time, help students, and also give insights to the faculty on how can we improve our curriculum, what more to add. As I said, we are trying this co-teaching activity. I wish if more and more alumni come forward and help us in that. So along with mentoring, if they can also help the faculty and school to improve our curriculum. That's what we expect from our alumni.
Dr. Amonkar?
I would just like to answer it from the other way around, that what does the alumni expect from us? So one thing that I realized that we need to be more careful and conscious about tracking the career journeys of our alumni. So abroad, they used to call it graduate outcomes, right? Here we call it PEOs, but we never actually measure them. So that means we keep a close eye on the trajectory that our alumni are taking. We are proactively recognizing their milestones. So let's say, for example, you recently got promoted as the editor of Business World Education. The first message that you get into your email and your WhatsApp is from the director of the school. That's going to help you, right? That's going to, and we call you on campus and we recognize you. That's something that is very, very important. Secondly, what they also want us to do is measure their career progression and anticipate the needs that they might have at that position in their career, and then develop interventions. So for example, lifelong learning programs. These are bite-sized modules. One good thing about us is we are in Delhi NCR. Most of the people work around here, and even if they have to fly around, that's fine. So we developed weekend campus modules
I said, come back for a couple of days and don't listen from the lecturers. We'll bring in the industry people who have gone through the stage at which you are at and give you advice in terms of how do you handle this stage in your career. That's not only in terms of new knowledge development, but in terms of how do I have to build myself, a little bit of coaching as well. So that helps us, develop those interventions when you track where they're going, anticipate their need and deliver the needful over there. Yeah.
Dr. Das?
Well, I have a very simple and single point expectation from all alumni and something which can scale across alumni. So it's not endowments, which only some can give. It is not engaging with students, which only some can make time to do. But my expectation is something everybody can do, and that is be staunch brand ambassadors of their alma mater. Everywhere they go, wherever they get an opportunity, at work, outside, proudly say, I went to school here. I take this opportunity every time. I'm going to do it now. I'm very proud of the fact I went to IIT Delhi. So I want our alumni to be saying wherever they go, I'm very proud of the fact I went to IMI. If everybody can do that and that is scalable, it doesn't cost anything, it doesn't even cost time, just doing that is my only expectation.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all my panelists. It was great having you for this discussion.
Thank you. Yes, in front, please. And thank you, Mayor. Okay, we'll give them a couple of seconds to clear the stage. This is for you, ma'am. Thank you. And now what awaits us is a special address followed by the awards ceremony. We'll give a couple of seconds to clear the stage. Okay, and now for the special address, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General Association of Indian Universities. Everybody please.
It's okay. Thank you very much. And a very good evening to all of you. I know that all of you are waiting for the award ceremony. I'm coming in between the award ceremony and all of you. So Anurag Batraji has also come now. So thank you Business World and thank you Anurag ji for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to interact with all of you. I have been told to speak on future of higher education. But speaking on future of higher education is something which is very difficult because the future right now is so uncertain. Nobody knows what the future is, especially after this AI and the technological interventions. The future of higher education is almost uncertain. When we talk of VUCA world, it is really, really uncertain. Therefore, it is becoming very difficult for our universities to prepare the students for the future. because they don't know what the future is. So what the universities best can do is teaching the students or sort of making the students capable of learning to learn, at how to learn, because the learning will keep on changing, but if they learn how to learn, that is the best thing which the universities can teach them. But then again, when we say that the future will be different, how different it will be? Say we talk about our national education policy. I also remember this is an often quoted example or anecdote which I mention in many of the conferences, that in 1905, Einstein gave a question paper to his students. And when the teaching assistant saw the question paper, he came running to Einstein and said, "Sir, kuch gadbad ho gaya." He says, "Kya hua?" He says, "Sir, kuch galat paper chala gaya." He says, "But what has happened?" He says, "Sir, ये वही पेपर है जो पिछले साल इन्हीं बच्चों को दिया था. Same set of students, same question paper we gave last year, and say this year also same question paper, so there is something wrong." So Einstein smiled, he said, "Nothing is wrong. Questions are the same, but the answers are different." Why? Because in 1905, Einstein published 4 papers which are known as Annals of Physics Education, which were dealing with theory of relativity, Brownian motion, that E is equal to mc square, which you all have learned in your schools. So the questions were different, but the questions were same, but the answers were different. Similarly, after more than 100 years, that was 1905, now we're in 2024, so more than 19 years, the same scenario is repeating. Questions are the same. What to teach, how to assess and evaluate the students, but the answers are totally different. For example, what to teach. Now, I was telling you the dilemma which the higher education institutions are facing, that what to teach is changing every 2 months, 3 months. When you talk of half life of knowledge, half life of knowledge means by how much time the knowledge becomes, half of the knowledge becomes obsolete. So in 2021, this half life of knowledge was 15 months. That in 15 months, half of the knowledge which you are learning today will become obsolete. In 2024, this half life of knowledge has become 4 months, 4 to 5 months. In 5 months, whatever you are learning today, half of it will go waste. Why? Because the technology is changing so fast, things are changing so fast. Whenever you talk of ChatGPT, next day a new version is there, or a new avatar is there, or there is someone else who is making a better AI, sort of a large language model. So the things are changing very fast, and earlier the universities used to change the curriculum after, say, 10 years. Then it came to 5 years, and 3 years was considered very fast, that every 3 years a university is changing syllabus. Now there are universities, I was talking to the Vice Chancellor of Shorini University, they are changing the curriculum every 3 months. They say we have to change the curriculum every 3 months, otherwise whatever we are teaching to the students today becomes obsolete by the time the student passes out. So that is the dilemma which the universities are facing on what to teach. Because the changes are happening very, very fast. Now, how to teach? So when you talk of how to teach, normally in our universities, the lecture method of teaching is followed. And in the lecture method of teaching, the teacher is teaching in the class, students are going home and then studying again. And मतलब अगर हिंदी में बोले तो बच्चे क्लास में पढ़ते हैं और घर में जाके उसको आत्मसात करते हैं. बाहर के देशों में क्या होता है, बच्चे घर से पढ़ के आते हैं और क्लास में आत्मसात करते हैं. कैसे? कि बच्चों को वो देते हैं वीडियोस, ऑडियोस, टेक्स्ट. They are given to the students before the lecture, before the class, and in the class what happens? Discussion happens, understanding happens, reasoning happens, group discussion happens, logical reasoning of whatever they have studied happens, problem solving happens. So the application part of it is understood. So the understanding is better. I mean, instead of sort of rote learning, the more focus is on understanding the concept. So in our country also, the national education policy says that we should enter into flipped classroom model. Flipped classroom model means, जब अभी बोल रही थी कि बच्चे घर से पढ़ के आते हैं और आके क्लास में आत्मसात करते हैं, हमारे देश में बच्चे क्लास में पढ़ते हैं और घर पे जाके आत्मसात करते हैं, तो उसको बिल्कुल उल्टा कर दो, फ्लिप कर दो. तो दैट इज फ्लिप्ड क्लासरूम मॉडल. So our universities should also sort of follow the flipped classroom model in which the students will study at home and then all this discussion, analysis, rationalization, understanding, reasoning happens in the classroom. But for that, what is required? For that, the teachers have to give them the videos before the class. They have to give them audios before the class. They have to give them the text before the class. But are our teachers prepared to, rather equipped to make such videos? Are they trained to make a very good video content? Are they prepared to, are they trained to make e-content? I was dealing with SWAYAM program. My parent office has been University Grants Commission, and we started the SWAYAM program, which is a India MOOCs program. And I myself have seen that there are teachers who are the best teachers, very good teachers, but when they come in front of the camera, they fumble. They say it's easy to teach a class because when you teach a class, you get the response. You are able to understand whether the students are understanding or not. Even if they don't speak, their eyes speak, their body speaks. But in camera doesn't speak at all. So they don't understand whether anybody is understanding what I am speaking or not. So they used to fumble in front of a camera, and it was very difficult for them to make e-content. So we had to arrange special training programs for those teachers to make e-content. So making an e-content is also a art. I mean, you cannot be standing or sitting like this and just speaking like a newsreader. That will become very, very boring. It will not be an engaging lecture for the students. So how to create engaging e-content, that is really difficult. So how to teach using good e-content, how to learn how to make good e-content, and how to do this flipped classroom models in our universities, that is something which will be the future of education, but for which our universities, our teachers, our students, they all have to study a lot. They all have to exert a lot. We are talking of open book examinations. Sometimes the students are very happy. Open book examinations, aaram ho jayega, like book is with me, I can just copy it down. But open book examination is most difficult because there you are understanding the application part of it. For example, I remember like when I was young, I studied the Newton's law of cooling. So then somebody asked me, what is Newton's law of cooling? So I said, okay, this is the definition of Newton's law of cooling, that the rate of cooling is directly proportional to the difference in the temperature of the medium and the surroundings. Now, the next question is, suppose I am going for a bath. And I have filled water in a bucket. I mean, we used to take bath with bucket and mug only, not with showers. So I have filled water in a bucket, hot water. Suddenly my mother calls me and says, do this work and then go for the bath. Now the dilemma before me is whether I should keep the bucket like that, means only hot water, or I should mix it with the cold water and keep it a lukewarm water and then go. In which scenario will I get a hotter water when I come back? Now here the Newton's law of cooling has to be applied, but I don't know how to apply it. So if I don't know how to apply it, the application of whatever we learn in the classroom, many a time the students say, that we are learning so much, nothing is applied, the sine theta, cos theta, tan theta, nothing is applied. Why are we learning all these things, this Newton, all these laws of motion, it is not applied in the everyday life, but it is applied provided you know how to apply it. So this is very important that we teach our students that how to apply the knowledge which you are gaining. So what to teach is different, how to teach is different, and how to assess and evaluate the students. Right now, how are we assessing and evaluate the students? 3 hours examination after the end of the semester. But is it the right way of assessing? National education policy itself says, no, this is not the right way of assessing. Because the assessment should be continuous, and it should not be a single mode of assessment, it should be multiple ways of assessment. It could be activities, projects, assignments, so many things. And don't be afraid that the assignments will be done through using ChatGPT. Rather, tell the students to use ChatGPT and make an assignment, and using ChatGPT again refine the assignment, and then even tell them how something we call as prompt engineering, that what type of prompt should be given to get a desired answer. So this is very important. So I feel that the basic, so the most important is how to train our teachers to train in a different manner. And especially after this ABC program, I don't know how many of you know about the ABC program. ABC is not the alphabets, ABCDE. ABC is Academic Bank of Credit. Academic Bank of Credit is a scheme launched by the Government of India. in which the students can be doing different courses from different universities, and then, for simplicity, I should say that then they will keep on depositing. In the Academic Bank of Credit, you don't deposit money, you deposit credits. So you open an account and you keep on depositing credits. And there's again, I'll make it simple, suppose there's a passbook which is issued to every student, and in this it is written that this student did this course from this university with these many credits and this grade. Similarly, you keep on accumulating the credits, and when a threshold number of credits is there, you can go to the university and redeem your credits into a degree. Now that is something which is revolutionary, because today if you are studying, say, MBA, you cannot be doing physics or history or music or culture or arts. But with this ABC, whatever you want to learn, you can learn, because you can learn, and then you can learn from the university of your choice, at the time of your choice, in the mode of your choice. So that type of flexibility was never there with the students, which we have now. So when this ABC is there, and the courses are done from different universities, what do you think, which type of courses would be more popular, which are taught by the best teachers? So that when we say that we don't know how to evaluate good teaching, but when we go into this ABC mode, the courses which are more popular means the courses which are taught by the best teachers. We'll evaluate the teachers also, that who are the best teachers. And then, again, I say the way we sort of pay salary to the teachers, that will also change. Once upon a time, Lata Mangeshkar used to get a monthly salary, and she used to she used to sing for a monthly salary. Today, can you think of even a small-time actor working on a monthly salary? No, they'll say, I'll need money episode-wise or item-wise or whatever, but not a monthly salary. Similarly, can you think of hiring a lawyer on a monthly salary? No, they'll take money, say, case-wise or rather hearing-wise. They won't come to you for a monthly salary. Similarly, teachers of future will refuse to work on a monthly salary. They'll say, I'll take money course-wise, not in one course. I can be teaching multiple courses in multiple universities and getting exposed to so many courses and getting much more money in the process. So the future is totally different. That's why whether it is for the students and the students, it is more important, because now for the long time we have been talking about delinking jobs with the degrees. So now that is really happening. Now the knowledge which the student has, the skills which the students have are more important than the degree which the student has. So again, I remember that Anant Agarwal is a chairman of CEO of edX. edX is a platform where you have many MOOCs courses. He says, I was standing on the Bangalore airport. One boy came, he came running and touched my feet. I asked him, who are you? He says, sir, I got a job because of you. He says, I don't even know you. How can you get a job because of me? He says, sir, I went for an interview, Tech Mahindra to be specific. I went for an interview to Tech Mahindra. There were many students. I was from a very small engineering college. There were students from very good engineering college. But when the interviews happened, I succeeded because I had done 10 courses from edX, which increased my knowledge and skill to that level that I could succeed, they could not, in spite of being from the best institutions. So the skill and the knowledge matters. So that every student who is sitting here, you should remember, degrees won't matter in future, skill and knowledge. What you know will matter. What you can do for the company will matter. And what you can do which ChatGPT cannot do or AI cannot do, that will matter. Therefore, it is very important that you improve your skills, your caliber, your knowledge, and then you will be employable forever. And the most important thing, learning to learn. So learn how to learn. So that is most important. If you learn how to learn, you have won the battle. So with that, I will just stop and request Dr. Anurag Batra for the award ceremony. So thank you very much. All the best to everybody. Thank you.
Meha ma'am is here. Can you request you to do the honors, please? Once more, everybody, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Please. And with that, we come to an end of the conference, but of course now what awaits us are the awards. So welcome to the 5th Annual BW Education Future of Management Education Awards. Each year, like this one as well, BW Business World and BW Education will honor the stellar efforts of management institutes in shaping the future industry leaders and also the industry as a whole, and also all the leaders who are grooming it with their experiences. And these awards are in recognition of the agility in the constant curriculum operations, the leaderships on ESG front, and also the proactivity. Console, volume, mic. Wow, coffee for them, please, guys. Now, today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bweducation.com. I encourage everybody to please join in the conversations and also share your learnings and of course also share your victories online. And when you do so, please use the hashtag BW Future of Management Education. And before we move forward, I would request Dr. Sirs here. And now to formally open the award ceremony, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange Media Group. Everybody, please.
Thank you, Mr. Malik. Mrs. Mittal has already talked about knowledge and skills, and I would only add the word attitude, because soft skills are very important. And can we request the guys at the back end? I've gone once and when Mrs. Mittal was speaking. So I don't want to stay between you and the awards. Our ambition of putting a B School initiative is much bigger, but the fact is we've continued year on year as a precursor to our B School ranking, which we launched on Saturday. So I would just add she said the right thing. Life is about asking the right questions, even when you have to learn the right prompts. Even in AI, the prompt you put in will give you the most effective answer. So there has to be some amount of appreciation of what the prompt should be. So clearly, when I meet people come for career advice, so on and so forth, some bit of clarity on what they don't want to do is also helpful. So I think, whatever I'm doing, I learned many years ago, and I'm doing that. I read a lot, but listening to Mr. Shiv Kumar in the morning and listening to Mrs. Pankaj Mittal now, I can only say that I feel it's time for me to add on new skills, new tools, new ways of looking at how the world is shaping, and definitely giving up on some old beliefs. I grew up in a certain way. So I think what she said resonated with me, that the questions may be the same, but the answers are different. And clearly when it comes to all of us, whether you're a professor, you're a director of a business school, owner of a business school, student, I think you have to learn every day, add on skills. Some may come by coming to conferences like these, some may come by one-on-one mentoring, some may come by meeting people for just learning, this classical mentor-mentee relationship. So really, it could be an online course, it could be an EDP, MDP, it could be a conference abroad, it could be a boot camp on a domain, it could be new ways of learning using technology. She talked about the fact that how do you get professors to be able to do well in front of the camera, to use that flip. So clearly, in the morning, Mr. Shiv Kumar talked about 12 points about how the B schools have to be different. I think between her and him and all the panels in between, we've covered what we need to. We'll bring the B School Forum bigger, better. I also want to congratulate Ms. Priya Saraf, who puts this together year on year. So please give Priya a big round of applause. She works dedicatedly. Ms. Meha Mathur, who's the editorial head of BW Education, Mr. Mayank Badwar, and the whole events team that works on the back end, the marketing team. the sales team. So don't want to stand between you and the awardees. There are only 4 awards. These are to leaders in the B school domain. We started them a couple of years back. Next year we'll do it through a jury process and bring more academicians into it beyond leadership of the school. So I'll leave it at that, and I look forward to celebrating your success. All the best in what you do. And while Mrs. Mittal was speaking, I don't have my phone, so when you don't have your phone, you can be mindful, you can listen to every word, and out of respect and share, basic courtesy, I was listening to every word she was saying, and I was reminded of this song, which I heard maybe 20 years back, maybe 25, I don't know when it came up. It's a UB40 song. It's a band called UB40. Those of you who are into music, you know why it's called UB40? Why it's called UB40? Huh? No, that band is there. Why is the band called UB40? The band was set up in UK, and all the 3 members of the band were unemployed. The dole form, the unemployment form to collect your, is called UB, Unemployed Benefits 40. So they call themselves UB40 because they were unemployed. They started a band, I think it was about 30 years back. And they have, I used to be a lot into music and movies. Right now I am, not that much. I don't find that much time except work. But their fame, they have a track in a movie called Sliver. Some of you may remember it for Sharon Stone. And it's a song called Can't Help Falling in Love with You in that movie. And there's another song called Red, Red Wine. But the song that resonates with what Mrs. Mittal said, and it's one of my top 5 favorite songs. It's called Higher Ground. The more you learn, the less you know. The less you know, the more you dig from the higher ground. Because the beauty about knowledge is the more you know, the less you know. So I think if you live with that motto, if you're curious, if you really want to grow, if you're really inquisitive, and especially as she said, even leaders, she has a certain leadership role in the educational, in the higher educational domain. She has to keep herself abreast with what is happening across the world, what are the old revered institutions doing, what are new institutions that have done some good work doing, what are individuals doing. So we all have to keep pace. And in the era of Instagram Reels, everything is like capsulable. There is a formula for growing hair, there's a formula for getting rich, there's a formula for being the best anchor. I think if you really want to learn something, you have to immerse yourself. It doesn't happen through Instagram Reels. There may be a, conversation starter or your curiosity, getting fueled by it. So the B school space is a space that I know a little bit, having been to a school, having been on the board of my alma mater for 3.5 years, from Jan 2020 to June 2023. I have some idea of B schools. And, I have my point of view, and I think it has been all covered, so I don't want to repeat. But I think we'll next year do it in multiple cities. We'll do a bigger forum. We'll do it much in advance, because this is a space that creates, in our domain, the managers in the business world, the CEOs. And I think we need to do a more deeper engagement with the community throughout the year. That's what I'll leave it. The 4 awards that we are giving are given out of a lot of deliberation among the editorial team, Priya, me, Mehaji, Noor, our group editorial director. So really, we understand this domain. We have a locus standi, one of a few awards that we don't do through a jury process, but hopefully from next year through a jury process to add even more layers of credibility and hopefully knowledge. So all the best, congratulations to all the winners. And I'd like to call Mrs. Pankaj Mittal on stage to give away the awards. And Aditya back. I'd also like to call Mrs. Meha Mathur and Ms. Priya staff also on stage. They really put together the show. Priya, I know you do a lot of work, Mehaji. I think it'll be fitting. And please give them a big round of applause. Really. And I'm very responsive to all my colleagues. But if I see a text, like I don't have my phone, sometimes for extended periods I don't keep my phone up with me. I want to read, I want to be fully in the moment. Otherwise I'm very, very responsive to all my colleagues. Whenever I see their text, I do respond, and Mayank is also here, he also contributes editorially very well. So thank you, and I think Aditya will give it back to you. Please applaud louder for those winners today. And by the way, clapping is good for heart muscle. My yoga guy comes, he makes me clap for 2-3 minutes in the morning, charges me a lot of money. We are doing it free for you, so
Thank you. I think also Dr. Batra deserves a huge round of applause, everybody. For sir as well. Thank you so much, sir. And before we move forward, I would like to thank our partners again very quickly, our B School partners for today, TAPI Management Institute, Loyola Institute of Business Administration, and also ICFI Business School. Our education partners, IIM Amritsar, for School of Management, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon, and also a gifting partner, BBS Global University, and our event partners, Exchange Media, the T-shirt Factory, Joy Travels, Panjab, Mini Coffee, IWM Bus, Reality Plus, Impact, and Pitch. With that, we have our presenters on stage. Thank you, Dr. Batra, for inviting them. As I mentioned, we have 4 awards. So it's now time to reveal the winners for the 5th annual BW Education Future of Management Education Awards. The first category, it's Most Equitable Access to MBA Campus. And the winner, please. And the winner, Faculty of Management Studies, FMS, University of Delhi. Now, congratulating everybody. You can clap louder. Louder, no? Most equitable access to MBA campus, FMS Studies, University of Delhi. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ram. Now please request all the winners to join us also downstairs after receiving the award for a picture, and then also please stay back for a group picture to the very end. Before also, here's this very particular picture. We will give you 5 seconds. The jury woman will also say a few words. Yes? We'll let him take his moment.
You can give another round of applause.
Thank you. Ma'am, before you leave, may I please request you to say a couple of words. What does this feel like? What more do we expect? And where are we going to go from here?
On behalf of FMS, I would just like to thank the organizers for this. With a legacy of more than 70 years, FMS has been striving for equitable access of education for all. We've been recognized for that. Thank you so much.
For them, please. Thank you so much, and congratulations as well. With that, our next category, it's Academic Excellence Award. And this one goes to TAPI Management Institute Academic Excellence Award. Everybody, please.
but it is my fortune that he's not here and has deputed me. I'm the Dean Research. And Patni is a 40-year-old institution. And, we were pioneers in many ways. We were one of the first private institutions to go for CAT way back in 1995. One of the earliest institutions to aspire for ASCSB. So soon after ASB, we became the second school in India. And AMBA also. So we are aspiring for many more things such as EQUIS. A few years down the line, we are not yet there. We continue to be ambitious and hope to do well in the coming years. On behalf of the entire academic fraternity at PATNI and our academic staff and our students and alumni, I'm deeply humbled and thank Business World for this recognition.
By the way, India also got in 95. I'm from 94 back. There was no CAT.
Congratulations, sir. Please, congratulations. Everybody once again for sir, please. And also for TA Management Institute Academic Excellence Award. With that, our next award, it's Emerging Business School. And the winner of the Emerging Business School Award is... I am Raji. We have with us the director of IIM Washington CP Award. Everybody, Emerging Business School.
VW Education has been doing a great job. To my knowledge, this kind of events, VW Education has been conducted for many years, and look forward to seeing such kind of events as Mr. Batra has pointed out. Next year onwards, he is planning to have in multiple cities. India, as we all know, we have so many B schools, and there's a lot of dynamism in B schools, and such kind of events and activities definitely will support. So on behalf of IIM and personally, I would like to thank BW Education entire team, Mr. Batra and review for this award. Thank you so much, and look forward to seeing such events in coming years. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Please. And with that, it's time for our last award, which is the Leadership Excellence Award. And this one goes to... Dr. Hiwaju Das, Director General, IMI International Management Institute. Everybody, the Leadership Excellence Award.
Can you be a bit louder?
Congratulations.
It's an honor to receive this on behalf of all three campuses of IMI in Delhi, Kolkata, and Bhubaneswar. Whatever we have achieved, I think unfairly people give the credit to the leader, but it's because of the team. Whatever happens is because of the team, and I must thank the entire team, all colleagues, students, alumni, who are our biggest brand ambassadors, our industry partners, and most importantly, a very, very supportive board under the chairmanship of Dr. Sanjeev Goenka, who have given us a free hand, allowed us to take risks, and allowed us to dream big. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Please, Ayo. And with that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. Now, please request all the 4 winners of ours to join us on the stage with their trophies for a group picture, please. Please. Dr. Das, may I please request you on the stage again, sir, please, for a picture. Please, आइए. Here, sir. Let's collectively congratulate all the winners, everybody. We'll do one more of the winners only now. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Batra and Priya and Mataji. Thank you so much. Another picture, sir, please. Can you come in the front, please? Thank you so much, and also congratulations, thank you. With that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony as well, and also for today's conference. Thank you for being here. We hope that you learned, you also shared your experience and also your vision and your opinions with everybody. Thank you for being a part of today. Please enjoy the high tea that we have there ready for you, and we shall see you in a better setup. Thank you so much. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you. Time on time. Before your time. Thank you.